Good morning, everybody. Well, I'm Mark Nelson. I am your facilitator for the ARC field orientation for our reserve course today and tomorrow. Thank you all for joining us. All right, so our first off today is Colonel Jenna Silva, who is going to give us our opening remarks. Ma'am.
All right, good morning. Hi, my name is Colonel Jenna Silva. I'm the Director of the Total Force or Personnel and Total Force Services here for the DPT Director. And I'm also dual hatting right now as the Vice Commander. So if you got to the next one, maybe General Johnson will be here for that one. She is our new ARPC Commander. If you had not heard, Colonel Smiley has departed. So I just wanted to welcome everybody. Thanks for your participation. This is a great opportunity for you to get an overview of what we do here at the center and get an overview of some of those programs and our role and how we can help you. And then we'll probably get some tidbits from our team here as how you can help them so that we can best service you as well as all airmen in the reserve. Don't forget, don't be afraid to ask questions. It's a great opportunity to learn a bit more about different programs that you need. If you have special situations or something like that, I just wanted to remind you that this is an orientation. It isn't specific training on particular programs. So it's not going to be so much of a how-to on certain things, but look for those type of training events, as right now we've been holding evaluations training specifically, and then we'll be opening up in the next year a lot of different training opportunities on specific programs that will help you if you're a personnelist at your unit in order to better understand the program and then get a little bit deep dive in it in those programs. Right now, this is more of an overview and just kind of letting you know of some of the responsibilities and the programs that we service here at ARPC. So you're going to hear things about assignments, education benefits, the GI Bill, entitlements, retirements, of course, points, DEERS, evaluation, DD-214s, etc., promotions, of course. But please don't hesitate to ask questions, and we look forward to hearing some of your comments so that we can best service you in the future. If there's some areas that you would like specific training on, that'd be great to give us that feedback at the end in the course critique. That will help us in trying to structure what's important to you in the field so that we can develop those future training opportunities so that we can best service you. All right, back to Mr. Nelson. Thanks, everybody. Have a great training 2-day session.
All right. So now we're going to talk about, I'll give you our reserve ARPC mission briefing. And as you can see, we're no longer Buckley Air Force Base. We are now Buckley Garrison. It's a Space Force base. So let me quickly go through what we're going to talk about in our mission briefing. First off, I'll talk a little about the mission, our past, which as the historian is really my bailiwick, who we are, our partners, what our customer base actually is, and how we're organized. That'll get talked about in a little more detail from each unit, each part within it, but it'll be, I'll kind of go over it a little bit first. Well, our past. ARPC was founded out of the Korean War. At that point, after World War II, there were 8 locations that kept all of the records for Air Force people after 1947. There was no standardized record keeping, and some did a really good job with it, some did not. And so the Korean War started. We needed to bring back people, put them up, and bring them back to go and fight. Unfortunately, some of the people we couldn't find, others we found who we probably didn't need to. So the Air Force decided in 1953 that we needed to have a better record-keeping center and one location. So Denver was selected for 2 reasons. One, it was very central, and secondly, it was also much harder for the Russian bombers to get to at that time. The site selected was a World War II era warehouse at 38th and York in North Denver. That was our first location. And in November 1st of 1953, Detachment 1 of Continental Air Command, which was called the Air Reserve Records Center, first was created, and we opened our doors on the 1st of March of that year. In 1956, they renamed the center as the Air Reserve Records Center. It was a headquarters at that point. And then in 1965, because we became the Air Reserve Personnel Center, because we were more than just repository for records. We were doing more management and other things for our records. In 1976, we moved to Lowry Air Force Base, and we were there until 2011, when after the BRAC happened, we moved out to Buckley in 2011. So our serving generations of airmen, we've been doing it for 67 years, and we're very happy with that. So who are we actually? Well, ARPC is headquartered here at Buckley, and we have 3 operating locations off-site. One of them is in St. Louis. That's the National Personnel Record Center. We have another location at DMDC in Monterey, California. And then DPX has one at AFPC in San Antonio. We are also the parent command to headquarters, the Readiness and Integration Organization and its detachments. You'll learn a little more about them in a little while. And currently we support approximately 1.3 million total force customers. And as you can see, our workforce is approximately 400 and almost 450 people. About 390 are permanent parties, and we have 95 RPAers, give or take a little bit. This is a view of who our partners are, but we also work together with AFR Air Force REP at the Pentagon and with AFRC down at Robbins. We also deal very closely with AFPC, and also and we work also with the NGB on reserve on guard matters. Now, ARPC is not we're the execution arm. We don't do much in the way of policy. We don't create policy, we act on it. And as you can see, our customer base is really very diverse. We have the largest portion of it, almost 750,000, are retirees, both active duty retirees and reserve retirees. We have 325K who are active duty, who we assist when we answer their calls and respond to their questions. Have 103,000 A&G members, about 68,000 Air Force Reserve, and we have 28,000 members in the IRR, which is the Individual Ready Reserve. Now, who are we and what do we do? Well, basically, you heard from Colonel Silva, she's the head of the 2nd Directorate, DPT, but our DPA organization they're the ones that are our assignments branch. They handle accessions, assignments, force development. They do our mobilization, which is our main wartime mission. And they're also in charge of individual readiness, classification, and training. Now, DPT, they have the majority of what we call the transactional work. They do our entitlements, service verification, they do evals, points management, retirements, separations, and of course, education and training, and our casualty folks. Next one you'll hear after I'm done here is from our DPX. That's they're our IT folks. They handle all of they don't have any external customers. They work for us and keep our IT systems operational. They also do application development. All of you know of the most well-known is probably VPC. Most people don't know that was actually developed here at ARPC. And they also work our network interoperability and digital transformation, which is trying to find new ways of doing business. Then our PB, that's our promotion board folks. When they're in board, they don't even work for us. They work directly for the Secretary of the Air Force. They do promotions policy and procedures and promotion eligibility, and then they actually operate the boards. That's our board operations folks. You will hear from them tomorrow. Then the other branches include our Director of Staff, which is where I work. That's where most of our other ones and twosies happen. The simpler, I don't want to say simpler, but other actions that like history, the contract management, things of that nature. And that's all done by our DS folks. And then we have our special staff, which includes our PA folks, JA, and our finance people. And then we also have, like we mentioned before, the headquarters Rio, which is a DRU who responds to us, and they report to us. They handle all of our IMAs.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for logging on. Thank you for attending. My name is Master Sergeant Sabrina Connolly, and I'll be giving you your briefing for the DPX-Future Operations and Integration Directorate. It'll be a quick briefing. We'll cover our DPX overview, our dynamics, the agile versus waterfall methodology, some of the successes that we've had using this methodology, the pizza tracker, and then at the end, I will take questions if there are any. So in DPX, our mission is to provide transformative and integrated HR solutions with data integrity to the total force. Our ultimate customer is total force, but like Mr. Nelson spoke earlier, our in-house customers are ARPC, basically ARPC and headquarters Rio. So we're a little bit different in that matter to the other directorates. We have the Future Operations Division, and we also have the Future Integration Division, which breaks down to our requirements management, our PSM and change management office. We have operations, that's your IT department that Mr. Nelson was speaking of, and system development, where we have our programmers and our developers. That one of the systems we developed here in-house was the VPC. All of that to say that we work simultaneously together to service our customer and provide that transformative HR data solutions to the total force. So the methodology that we have transformed to is the agile methodology. We used to work under a waterfall system where you start out a project and everything would fall kind of linear and very sequential, from understanding the client's needs, or the in-house customers, that is, their needs, when we're designing a solution, to moving forward to building that software or making those updates to the current system, finally to the finished product. And what we found was, although waterfall methodology did work and we were successful launching some of our systems, agile turned out to be a lot more efficient and faster. That's because you can do the designing, the building, the working with the customer all simultaneously together, and you take a small bite-sized pieces of a project called sprints, finish those out to completion while moving on to another bite-sized piece. Ultimately, all your bite-sized pieces make up one big completed project. It's a lot more efficient and faster. And our customers work with us throughout the entire project. For instance, our pizza tracker, one of the big successes that we had by moving to the agile methodology was in the retirements department. We found that members could not track exactly where their application was in the process once they filled it out in VPC and submitted it. Well, this pizza tracker, by working with the retirements section, our customers, we were able to develop this particular tracking system to seamlessly move that application through the channels to get that member retired, all the while the member can see where they are in the process of their retirement. It's been very successful. We've got a lot of great feedback from the field. And that's just a testament of the methodology that we chose in DPX to use, the agile methodology. Just one example. There's a whole lot more, like in the AGR application. Our agile methodology is allowing the application process from the time the job announcement is posted to the time the member is hired and placed in that position has decreased significantly. Of course, I mentioned the retirements. We're also doing some work in the evaluation system, all of that using the agile methodology. So great success that we're doing down there, and it ultimately benefits you guys, the field, our total force customers. And that's what this slide is about, too, the big picture we are taking the resources that we have in-house, the developers, the resource analysts, our in-house customers, those subject matter experts that work in those particular sections, all working together for a bigger picture, the Air Force-wide solution, that total force solution. Like I said, this briefing would be fast. I want to get out of your way so you get to the real good meat of the different directorates and get that training. But if you have any questions at all, I just put this slide up for our contact information. We have some org boxes that you can reach out to specifically for VPC, SharePoint issues, if that comes up, I'm not sure, PSM, I have my information up there. And then ultimately, you can always call that Total Force Service Center number. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Master Sergeant Ronald Brown. I am going to be your host for the next 20 minutes to talk about Headquarters RIO and your IMA population if you have them. If you don't have them, this is still going to be really good information for you in the field in case you do have IMAs wander into your office and ask you for some guidance or questions from a reserve standpoint. So we'll get started here, and then I'll be obviously open for any questions you may have. So this is our mission and vision statement. We're actually kind of in the middle of an evolutionary change with RIO. So anything you've had in the past of working with RIO and IMAs, we are really working really hard as a team to make it easier to serve for our IRs, which is our vision statement. Colonel Bailey is really leading this charge. He's our commander, and we are all focused into making our IMA population really critical for the total force. And that includes your help too in the field in case you do come across any, which we'll go over here in a few minutes. So IMAs, I mean, everybody's got a lot of information on IMAs, but we support basically everybody. Our IMAs are assigned to COCOMs and basically every agency that we have available, over 8,000 positions worldwide. So just to give you a brief update on what a IMA is, it's just one part of our IR or individual reserve umbrella. The IMA is considered the Cat B airman. That's the one that's assigned to those active duty billets that one-to-one backfill them in case those persons get tasked or anything like that. IMA can step in and provide that continuity for that RegAF unit. They do their assignments basically for MAJCOM, wings, COCOMs, headquarters. They kind of serve everywhere. There's two types of way they could serve. They do either 24 or 40 IDTs. So the 40 IDTs would kind of like mimic the TR side. The 24 would be half of that. They also do the 12 and 14-day annual tours. The big difference between the IMA or the IR and the TR is the ability to be more flexible in how they serve, right? So in case you're not know how they don't do UTA weekends per se. They're going to do most of their IDTs all at once. A lot of our IMAs are going to be located way far away from where they live. So that's how they kind of clump everything together. So it gives them a lot of flexibility in doing their tour. On the flip side of that, though, they have to get a lot of stuff done during that time since they have a lot of times they're not at the base. So that's where you may see them come across your areas, and then we have ways we can assist them even at your level there. Our PIR stats are Cat E's. Those are our points only folks. So these are folks that are serving in a points only status. They're not getting paid. Basically the same stuff applies to them as well. If you see them, again, we can assist them. If you don't have any answers, you can get with us. But that's just kind of a definition of our two statuses that we have, Cat B and Cat E. All right, so our mission sets, we have a lot of different areas in which our IMAs can serve. Our typical ones are our day-to-day operations with those RegAF units. Those are our typical IMAs and those Cat B's positions. We also have some specific areas where we have EPLOs, which are Emergency Preparedness Liaison Officers. I'm not going to read the slide to you there, but basically they support for preparedness. They get called up. They aid in those efforts on the national level and the state level and the federal level to help those folks out. They go on orders and they help out those folks. We also have the Civil Air Patrol folks, those liaison officers. They participate as in a points-only status, that's that PIR, and they facilitate inspections of those local Civil Air Patrol operations. And they, like I said, they respond to over 4,000 missions per year, so that's a very big part of our population. And then additionally, we have our ALOs, which are administration or admissions liaison officers. They work at the academy, and they help out with the ROTC programs. They do the outreach to the high schools and kind of like recruit, but they don't really recruit, but they just talk about the opportunities with that. So a lot of different mission sets that we do, a lot of flexibility in the IMA side of the house. So this is how the IMA is kind of structured. This is where we can kind of tie you in on this too. But these are the three components of the roles that the IMA will see. We'll start off with the unit commander, of course. So the unit commander, this will be the RegAF commander. They have the OpCon, the operation control over the IMA member, assigned to that passcode. But they also share the AdCon, the administrative control, with us through the detachments, right? So the unit supervisor, again, this will be the RegAF supervisors, the direct line, that first line that they use for all their resources. They're responsible to teach, train, and develop just like an active duty side, or just like a TR, you know, the TR supervisor training their airmen as well. And then we have that one other component of the unit reserve coordinator. This is that linchpin, that gatekeeper, I call it, between the active duty and the reserve side. That person's the go-to to make sure that that IMA is operating correctly and getting them involved in getting themselves ready, and also on the OpCon. So they kind of share that bridge between the two. Now this is where you may come in at your level too. A lot of our units may not have URCs, and the URCs are typically, it has a lot of changeover, so there may be some continuity, limpbacks in there, and this is when you may get those folks trying to figure out things to do, and if they get directed to go to their FSS, they may come to you, or they go to their RegAF side and they say, hey, we don't know anything about you, we don't see the reserves, go talk to your reserve counterparts, and that's when they may come and see you. So this is where some of the mistakes happen that I see at my level as the career advisor for Rio. I get a lot of folks from the TR wing saying, hey, I got this IMA, don't know what I'm supposed to do. They want to do a reenlistment or whatever the case may be. You know, one thing that I will take, if you could take away from this brief for me is, and I'll give you my contact information at the end, if you run across an IMA that's asking for some help, and if you don't know the answer, or you just want to say, you know what, I don't want to lead you the wrong way, send them my way directly, and I will get them to the right resources they need to get those questions answered. I'm not going to expect you to remember all the debts and all that operational change and AdCon change, but at least you can remember one person. That would be me. So that we'll share that information when we get to that point. Headquarters Rio also shares the AdCon, and we help manage them through the detachments. So that's what goes to our strategic priorities. So our big thing is, it goes back to that mission, we want to deliver the resilient and ready airmen. Our focus here at Rio is to make sure that our IMAs are ready to serve and they are good to go on the admin side, making sure they have everything they need to go on orders, to go serve their active duty counterpart, and to provide that mission support. We also want to create a culture of that transparent communication. This is where that evolutionary change comes in. And part of the reason why we're talking to you right now, that transparent communication isn't solely directed at our IMA population, the DETs and the RegAF units. We want to talk to our other our CELRES counterparts to make sure that if they're working with those IMAs in some way, that they can deliver also that transparent communication and share resources that they may need to help them help that IMA, even though they don't directly work for them. And then we want to drive innovation and standardization. One of the things that we're working for, we have 7 different detachments across the world, 2 outside OCONUS and 5 NCONUS. We're trying to get some standardized procedures. That way, when that IMA moves from DET to DET, or if you have a TR person that's moving from a TR unit to a DET, to an IMA position, they're going to have that same level of customer service and support they will have from each detachment. So they're not going to have it 7 different ways. So that's some of the things that we're working on here at the headquarters level. Again, everything goes back to making it easier to serve. Our roles, we ensure ready to execute the mission, of course. That standardization we just got done talking about to help manage the IRs from DET to DET. We also, our big thing is making sure that people are getting paid. Of course, that's obviously important. And that process has many layers, and we're doing lot of good work in making sure our orders, cells, and our RPO is doing what they can to make sure that they're getting paid on time. We do manage the IMA in strength. That's part of where I help on that retention piece. We do provide that accountability through ARPC Commander and the AFR Commander. We do have that admin control with the Reg FCC, so that falls on us to help them understand how to utilize their IMAs and what they can do with them. Then that goes into the education and counseling, the active component on IR matters via the URC. We provide URC training, and then that helps them talk to those Reg F units. And again, we're going to have units that are going to be really good at doing this and some that are still learning it. So there's a large curve here. So be patient with those wings. That if you're working with those wings, say, hey, do we have a URC here for our IMAs? And if so, that would be a good person to get in contact with and keep in your hip pocket. And that goes back to that partnership and outreach. So we're really trying to get our word out. Now, on that note, I work directly with the AFRIC Wing Career Advisors from my career field. So I'm in constant communication with my counterparts. So if you are getting folks coming in, or if you have questions about the IMA program, or for an IMA, you can run that through your local Wing Career Advisor, and then they can reach me. I know every single one of them. So, and they know me very well. So I have an open communication with them. So it's another resource for you to help assist that member. Because again, IMA work for RegApp, may not work for you, but they're a part of CELRET. So we want to make sure that we're taking care of them as well, because you may see these members if they come out of the IMA program and back to the local level. So we want to make sure we're delivering that continuity. And that's that full complement of customer support that we're talking about here. And that's why we want to make sure that we have that open line of communication, that we're all have that sense of urgency and making sure we're taking care of that member, because that's what we're here for. Right. So this is who we are, right? So we are stationed here at Buckley Air Force Base in the ARPC building. We occupy partial the building of the first floor. So if you're ever out here and want to come and visit us, just give me a call. I'm more than happy to give you the tour. Our headquarters staff holds our command staff, of course, CSS for the command staff. And we have our support, our operations support office here, as well as our medical staff and our RPO and travel. So that puts up basically what we do here. Our priorities are that pay orders, that strategic comms with the IRs, standardization, education, and training, making sure we're getting them. Everything goes back to make it easier for them to serve. This is our org structure. So it starts with the ARPC commander and the command chief, then it follows to the RIO commander. In the building here, we're the equivalent of a directorate. So that's how we're kind of lined up here. You'll see me off the side shot there of the career advisor. I'm a little bit unique here as compared to the career advisors at your TR wings. We don't necessarily have an MPF, so I'm not assigned to an MPF. I'm kind of on my own little island over here. So I work with the detachments. I work with recruiters. I work a lot of the regular career advisor stuff through ARPC, because they act as the MPF for our IMAs. So that's why I'm a really good contact for not only your wings and those IMAs, or even TRs that are asking, hey, I'm interested in the IMA program. That's when you want to get them with me. And then it drills down from there. Two big things is the IR orders and pay and our plans and programs. Those are our two main offshoots here. And then you can see from there all the offices we support. There's a breakdown of our operations, our locations, our OLs, and our detachments. So there you're going to see our 7 detachments, starting with Det 2. They're out at Hickam, Hawaii. They service PACCOM and most of our bases over in that area, to include Alaska and all that stuff. Det 3 is here at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs. They also help with the new stood up Space Force. There's going to be a lot of positions being transferred to Space Force. Right now, as you probably know, there are no reserve Space Force positions, but since the IMAs are attached to RegAF passcodes, that's probably going to be the frontline change, will be us before they go into a TR side. Det 4 is out at Scott, and then Det 5 at Robbins, Det 6 at MacDill. We do a lot of our SOCOM stuff. Det 7 is in the NCR, National Capital Region, at Anacostia, and then Det 8's at Stuttgart. So they're going to control our European command or African command population. So our biggest populations are going to be kind of that Det 7, Det 6, Det 5 at Robbins, those are essentially managed career fields. So all your TR wings, if you have JAG, historians, the paralegal, uh, religious affairs, those folks are going to be essentially managed through their functional managers through Det 5 on the IMA side. So if you have people asking about that, that's who their debt's going to be. And the IRs will go through their detachments for a lot of their stuff. So that's what the detachments role is. Right. That is my portion of the brief. I know I went through that awfully fast, but I just want to make sure that I want to really key in on the IMA program has many layers, and I know this target audience, a lot of you already know a lot about, may know a lot about the IMA program, but a lot of things have changed. So if you think you know a lot about the IMA program, I really want to hear from you anyway. Give me what you've heard. Give me what you think about it. Let me tell you what we're doing to change that and how we're making it better. And maybe one of the folks that you work with would like to think about becoming an IMA, and I'd really like to talk about it. We have a lot of great opportunities here. It's a great way to serve. We have questions. Yes.
So to register for the course, I asked the audience if there's any questions they wanted addressed here. And one of them was from Master Sergeant Schillingford, and it just said separation process for IMA AGR transfers into an IMA position. I understand it's transferring into the IMA position from an AGR position.
Okay, so so we'll just do a crash course here on how to get an IMA position, right? So AGR is part of the salary, so you're not going to have to go through a recruiter or anything like that. So basically 1288 process, and it's going to work through the detachment. This is how it works, right? And if you already know this, just bear with me, right? So, when you apply for an IMA position for tech sergeant and below, there's a lot of new guidance out there from the CAFR memo that recruiters and the debts have direct accession authority on these positions, meaning that the old way is that the RegAF unit would pretty much screen everybody and pick who they want, and it was a lengthy process, and it was really hard to get positions. And that's kind of going away. There are exceptions to that, right? So Det 5, the centrally managed positions aren't that way, and some of the top secret stuff, you still have to do the process of going through interviews. And all that being said, the quick answer to that is you apply through reserve vacancies to look for the vacancy first, right? RMVS, I'm sure we can all agree on, is not the best system in the world, but it's the system we work with. It's equally or more than equally worse on our side because a lot of updates are being done. So if you see something on reserve vacancies without any POC information on it, you need to get in touch with me directly. I will get you the contact for the detachment, and then they'll get the confirmation of the position itself. Then you'll apply to the position through the detachment based on what they need for that specific position. They're going to tell you. It could be just a 1288, or it could be a 1288 with a career data brief, civilian resume, last 3 EPRs, right? So that's how it works. Same on the officer side. Lieutenant colonel and below, direct accession authority. There are some exceptions to that. Same rules apply. So I hope that answers that question. It's not a hard process to do it. You just have that added step that you have to be looked at first and get the correct information. So that's how I'm going to answer that.
So that's good.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks for doing what you do. And we're going to turn over to the reserve separations team.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tech Sergeant Berwin from Separations Team and Staff Sergeant Garzone from Separations Team as well. We're going to go ahead and kick this off.
So this is Sergeant Garzone. This is just some of the processes that reserve separation has. The responsibilities is quality management for MSDs and HYTs extensions. So you'll want to check making sure that the MSD is correct or HYT is correct. You will submit a vital to us. MSD applications for members, for officers that are transferred. Administrative discharge is that if it's a task from the unit, we will go ahead and discharge them on our side. Conditional releases for members that are assigned in the IRR. So if they're still assigned to the unit, it's going to be the unit's responsibility to go ahead and discharge them still or separate them. Duty status 28s, if they're pending some kind of investigation or being administrative discharge, your request will be sent over to us via my purse, and we will go ahead and place them on duty status 28 and reverse it back to 00 or back in status. And another one will be ROTC discharges. ARPC also does process fitness only determination cases. So the members going through a physical evaluation board for non-duty related, they will be processed here in ARPC. So the way it works is the medical unit will submit a ticket to AFRIC, SG, and SG will submit the case over to us. We'll review it, making sure that documents are within standards. Usually it's within 6 months, and then we'll send it over to AFPC for them to make the determination. So we do not make the fitness determination. We are not medical. It's going to be just as far as routing, making sure, and we're QCing everything.
Reserve Sanctuary is a program that we manage in reserve separations, where if a member has 18 years of satisfactory service, or 19 years of satisfactory service for less than 20, they will qualify for sanctuary. If they're coming up on their MSD, what we will do at that point is extend their MSD or HYT accordingly so that they have enough time to complete a reserve retirement. AGRs need to contact ARPC and AGR assignments for their sanctuary status. Our section will monitor, every month we'll get a roster and we'll monitor members in sanctuary, specifically officers, and we will go ahead and calculate their points and adjust their records as need be when they are eligible to retire. We also manage the same for enlisted members. However, HYTs need to be, sanctuary HYTs for enlisted members need to be routed through the unit. We will not monitor them and catch them as they get closer to their HYT. Officers may participate past age 62 if they are medical or chaplain. This would be with the waiver they would apply for through SAF. All other officers, their age limit is age 62. MSD extensions, so as previously stated, medical and chaplain officers can apply to go past age 62 with an approved MSD extension. There are multiple different laws that will apply for the MSD extensions that are approved by SAF. If you have any questions at the end regarding those, we can get into that, but that is pretty extensive information. Applications are sent to SAF for the following reasons. Approved date is other than date member requested, or member has been twice deferred and is requesting an MSD extension. All member requests must be routed to AFR commander approval in a timely manner if unit disagrees with member's request. Are MSD extensions? They are, I'm reading the question. So yes, so MSD is a mandatory separation date. So that is what Title 10 law guidance states that a member must be separated on. It doesn't necessarily have to be the retirement date. Yes, so if a member is eligible for retirement prior to the MSD, they can retire, but they cannot serve past the MSD. And for an ART, they can apply for an MSD extension past age 60 for a waiver. If they're a medical or chaplain, they can go past 62, but for other officers, they can apply for an MSD extension to go past 60 to 60. And this information right here on this page is regarding MSD extensions specific to ARTs. MSD and how they're calculated. So below the rank of captain, officers should not have an MSD. It's once an officer gets to captain where they can be twice deferred for promotion. And at that point, a captain will get, it's not automatic. It will be regarding manning across AFRIC, and there'll be SAF's decision whether they want to approve it or not. Yes, so for the MSD extension, or for the MSD timeframes, for a captain, if they're twice deferred, they will get 7 months from SAF public release date. So that first block that says 20 years or 7 months, that's actually incorrect. It needs to be edited. But yes, they will get 7 months. If they get offered continuation, they will get a max of 20 years for continuation. So they don't automatically get 20 years, which is something we're seeing in MIPRs very often, where we'll have twice deferred captains come back and say, hey, how come my continuation offer doesn't take me to 20 years? It will be for whatever the guidance was for that promotion board for that year. If they're giving you 2 years, then you're going to get 2 years added to your MSD. If you get continued again the next year, then you'll get another couple years added. Just it cannot exceed 20. For major, it's similar, but now it will be, your MSD will be set at 20 years or 7 months from the public release date of that twice deferred board. For them, the MSD or the continuation max time frame is 24 years. And then for lieutenant colonels, they get an automatic 28 years when they're promoted, and colonels get 30. So if a major, for example, is twice deferred for promotion and they have a 20-year MSD that's set, and they promote to lieutenant colonel, their MSD will automatically be updated to 28 years, and they will no longer have to apply for an MSD extension. So if a captain or major, as stated before, is twice deferred, they can promote into the next rank and avoid the MSD that would possibly be career ending. HYT. HYT for enlisted members, higher tenure, which is the same as an MSD, except it's the enlisted version. It's the date they can no longer serve past. It's calculated for a traditional reservist very simple. It's 33 years from their pay date, aka the day they came into service, or age 60. Whichever comes first. They cannot serve past age 60 on the enlisted side. AGR, same guidance, and IMA. For ART, it's a little different. For an ART, when you get hired as an ART, you get an SCD, a service computation date. There's another calculation that's in there. It's pretty much going to be the latest date not to exceed age 60. That's either 30 years from your SCD date, pay date plus 33 years, or age 57. That isn't on there, but you can find more information regarding this in AFI 36-2602. MSD extensions. So the requests need to be submitted 18 months prior, no later than 12 months prior to the member's separation date. So if an officer is applying for an MSD extension, they need to apply a year and a half out, because this process takes a while. And if the member's MSD has passed and they're still waiting for staff to approve the MSD extension, they can no longer participate at that time. If they keep participating past the MSD and then staff comes back and says, you know what, we're not going to extend your MSD, now they will have a debt and no credit and points for any time served after the MSD. So please keep that in mind for your officer members that are applying for MSD extensions. All packages should have the proper endorsements and are routed through TMT, Task Management Tracker. Ensure current MSDs requested MSDs are currently annotated on memorandums. And here's just a list of the items needed for the package that is routed to our office and up to staff. If you have any questions on these items, please let me know.
For unit discharges, it's the unit's responsibility to create the discharge order, distribute it to the member, and provide a discharge certificate. If the member is going through an MEB-PEB that's coming up and it has an HYT or MSD date coming up, the unit is responsible to notify SG, so they could contact us and we could adjust that date to a further date and let the member complete the board.
So I want to go back on the HYT piece for reservists or for any guard that's out there listening. If you have a guard member that's going out to the reserves, please make sure you're calculating their HYTs, because when they're in the guard, they automatically go to age 60. When they come to the reserves, there's a different calculation that's set, and per past experience, I've seen higher ranking guard enlisted members come over and they have to automatically retire when they come to the reserves. And that's just, the losing and gaining unit, didn't take the time to calculate what the possible HYT could be, and they come over to the reserves and they're done. They can no longer serve. The HYT is now a past date. So I really want to reinforce that, because it's just the unit lets you down at that point. Somebody should have taken that into account. On the DD 256, Miss Tech Sergeant Thompson, on the actual discharge certificate that is given to a member. Yes. So what guidance are you requesting on the actual card stock or on when it is created? Because the 256 will be created when the member is honorably discharged from the Air Force. And at the current time, ARPC Reserve Separate, where you get the certificate. So that will be from the outbound office, ma'am. VLPAD. So ARPC Reserve Separations has been getting a lot of tickets regarding VLPAD orders. So this is not something our office handles. Your POC would be Diana Pena at the AFPC Separations office. No, so if a major is twice passed over for lieutenant colonel, they would be given 20 years for their MSD. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean satisfactory service. It's just saying 20 years from the day they commissioned. So if they took an IRR break for 4 years, and they came back and they're going to get to 16, then yes, at that point, they would either need to apply for an MSD extension or find another avenue, because at that point, they would be separated at the 20 year from their commissioning service date. If they have 18 years by the time that a major gets to their MSD for twice deferred, then they would fall into sanctuary, and at that point, they would have their MSD extended. Yes, ma'am. What is the conflicting information you've received on the 256, Senior Master Sergeant Walker?
turn up the volume because it might be able to speak to you.
Who creates it? So we've had conflicting guidance on ARPC and the unit creating the DD-256. So we will create the DD-256 for members who are discharged from the IRR. The unit is supposed to be creating the 256 for members who are discharged from the unit. How do we actually get it? So if you want, you could reach out to us after this briefing so we can get you the information on the actual item number for you to order the card stock. But it is just a card stock like a diploma paper, and that is the 256 form, and it would just require their input, their information on there. Is a unit POC or FSS POC that is responsible for calculating the HYT. So this is an issue I had last year. So I had to fix about 11,000 plus HYTs earlier this year after I was contacted by AFRIC. So there is guidance being created because at this moment there is no PSD guide and the AFI doesn't specify, but the units are supposed to be inputting the initial HYT when they create a new enlisted members record, non-prior service. So when you get a brand new DEPR coming in, the unit is supposed to calculate and input the HYT. And if they become an ART, then at that point you would submit a ticket to us and we would adjust the HYT, and vice versa. If they resign their ART position, the ARPC is the POC for that to update the HYT. And then another piece on the slide, members who hit their MSD and do not qualify for retirement will be discharged by their servicing MPF and FSS. That is correct. That will not be us. Yes, so you will update the HYT MLPDS for brand new members. If a member, like I said, if a member becomes an ART or a TR, becomes an ART or goes back from being an ART to TR, we will go ahead and update the HYT once you have submitted a ticket to us. But there is a monthly roster we handle that should catch these changes, these ART hires, that you shouldn't have to be sending a ticket for that. If you have a member that becomes an ART, give it about 60 days, and by then they should have popped up on our roster, and we will have updated their HYT.
So the next one is a PB Help Us Help You. Ensure member that at the unit has constant contact with the member throughout the entire PB process or medical process. Non-responsive for whatever reason means that the member is concurring with the board decision and could constantly be discharged under honorable conditions. Ensure there's a way to contact a person at the unit at any point. If someone leaves, please let us know so we can go ahead and contact them and over the process at the unit level. For members coming up on their ETS, follow the below steps. Unit will contact the medical unit to check on the status of the board. The medical unit will contact AFRC to check on the status of the board. And AFRC will contact ARPC to confirm the member still needs to be extended out 6 months, or if the member needs to be ETS'd out. Please note that the ETS is faster process to discharge the member than actually being administrative discharge once the board has completed. Questions?
Okay, so Ms. Veronica Gomez. So yes, there is a calculation. It's in the slide, but on top of that, it is also in our AFI. HYT for a traditional reservist that you're inputting, it should just be 33 years from their pay date, their date of hire, or their 60th birthday, whichever comes first. For TR, it should not be any other date. It's a very simple formula. Senior Master Sergeant Walker, what roster are you referring to? Yes, so the HYT roster I'm referring to, it's a roster that our office receives from AFRIC, and we receive it every month with all the new ART hires across the reserves. So it'll have every ART from every base encompassed in that roster, and that's when we calculate and update all those new ART hire HYTs in mass. The 256 needs it signed by the commander. So our commander here is signing it for all IRR members that are reaching the end of their enlistment and are being honorably discharged. For unit level, the wing commander. Yes, ma'am. Is there any other questions we haven't answered?
Usually we send them out when the member requests them. And usually they request them when they're trying to get a VA loan or some kind of benefits through the VA.
But no, to answer your question, we are not automatically giving them out. As we stated, it's per request. We're only sending them out to members who are discharged and are requesting that 256. And this is just because, sometimes that, because we deal with IR members, sometimes their mailing address isn't the same anymore. So I actually spoke with a couple different units earlier this year because, we're running into this issue and they're saying, hey, we don't have the capability to update HYTs. This isn't something we're supposed to be doing. And I actually verified with 2 different units that they are able to input the HYT for a brand new non-prior member. So you might have to get with your PSM on the ins and outs of how to get to it, how to input it, and at what piece of the process, at what stage to input the HYT. Because there is a point when you're creating a member's record that you will no longer have access to the enlisted quality force window where the HYT is input. But I have talked to several units and they are able to do it. Yes, as stated before, Senior Master Sergeant Hudson, we are actually we have actually routed up guidance to have this PSM created. So it's just to understand, because I don't have too much experience at the unit level gaining new members. AFRIS is the system that the recruiters use, correct? To transfer information into MoPDS? Yes? Yeah. Okay. Yes. So Master Sergeant Shillingford. So yes. So we actually mail out the MSD letters to the members via MyPERS, and we send them out to the NAFs every month. Every MSD notification letter, and if they're twice deferred, there's 2 twice deferred boards a year: the Lieutenant Colonel board and the Major board, and we send those out also to the members and to the NAFs, and the NAFs are sending them out to the units. So if you fall under the 22nd Air Force, and the 22nd Air Force should be routing you our MSD twice deferred letters. Who their POCs are for each unit, I'm not sure of, but they should be getting them. But if you have not received that letter and the member just says, hey, I got this letter in my purse and you guys never got it, you guys can go ahead and reach out to our office and we will gladly provide you with the MSD notification letter for twice deferred. Yes. Yeah, so back onto that. So we might have to dig deeper into that initial HYT input because I'm not too familiar with the AFRIS system. But like I said, with the units I have contacted, they have been able to figure it out when and how to input that initial HYT, because reserve separation should only be updating it for ART hires and ART resignations. Any other questions?
So for medical discharge orders, those are generated and a copy can be sent over to the NPF. The POC will be Sergeant Garzon, Francisco Garzon.
So feel free to reach out to us if you have any more questions or need any more guidance, specifically for myself regarding the HYT stuff, because we are working on getting that guidance created, at least a PSM on how to input the initial HYT.
Awesome. Cool.
Thank you all.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Zoom land. Thank you all for being here. As Mr. Nelson stated, my name is Senior Master Sergeant Courtney Strickler. Very excited and proud to be representing the Assignments Directorate. So I would like to start by saying the Assignments Directorate is a very misleading title for a directorate because we do have such a complex mission set. Beginning with Accessions through assignments, we also have Force Development, PIM Management, Education and Training, who also does bonuses. So we've gathered some of our experts from each one of these divisions to provide responses to questions you might have, to give you some directions so that we can continue to provide exceptional customer service. Throughout these briefs, you're going to hear us speak about MyPERS and the utilization of MyPERS from the field. The reason that we would like this to happen is to provide the most efficient responses to your individuals, as well as giving us manpower nuggets. We're all struggling for manpower support. By using MyPERS, this allows us to really hone in on where the need from the field is. So we thank you for your patience, and I'm excited to now turn this over to Colonel Cole.
This is Lieutenant Colonel Cole. I'm the Chief of the Reserve Accessions Division. I just want to give you a brief overview of what we do. But before I do that, I want to start with an even bigger picture of why we do what we do for the reserve in assessing officers. So Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution says the President of the United States will appoint all officers. Back in the day, the President used to appoint officers through a process that we call scrolling. A lot of you may have heard of that. Literally, the officer's name was written on a Ten Commandments style scroll, and the President signed that, and that would enable the appointment of that officer. Well, we live in the 21st century today, and that process is done all electronically, and it's been delegated as well down to the SecDef level. And because so much time has passed, the military and the Air Force in general have realized that there are different ways that officers come into the military. Sometimes they come from an active component to now a reserve component. Sometimes they decide that they actually don't like the Army and the Navy stinks and they want to come to the Air Force. We call those inter-service transfers. We have members that enlist out of high school and get their bachelor's degree and decide that they want to become officers. So we send those members through OTS. But all of this relates back to what drives our mission, and that's that the President of the United States, or now the SecDef, we appoint officers. So 21st century, as I kind of mentioned, how that mission has evolved. What our division specifically accomplishes, we break these down into direct officer accessions and a couple other minor programs. So what types of accessions are direct? Professionals coming into the Air Force Reserve. Those are your those with a professional graduate degree that qualifies them to do their job, such as an attorney or JAG, a medical officer. That would be your doctors, your dentists, all other various types of medical officers and chaplains. We also are involved in HPSP, the Health Professions Scholarship Program, in scrolling those members into the reserve while they go and finish their doctoral degree, and then later go on active duty. Chaplain program, similar scholarship program for chaplains to go out and get their Masters of Divinity and then continue their service after they've achieved that. I already mentioned OTS. Here specifically in our division, we're responsible for the Air Force Reserve's line of the Air Force quota. We have 250 seats a year that we fill for the reserve, and we get those applications in from the units, from the NAFs, from the wings, and we schedule those members immediately for the next OTS class. Resigning regular officers, those coming to us from the active component. Sometimes they come to us directly. Sometimes they come with a slight break in service, depending upon their situation. And another thing that we do is competitive category changes. So that's for those officers that they grew up a pilot and they realized that they don't want to fly anymore. Somewhere along the way, they got a different degree and now they want to be a nurse, or vice versa. That's just one example. Any type of competitive category change where someone was a line officer or a professional and they're switching between different professional categories. We also accomplish those on behalf of the Air Force Reserve. We do just a couple of things with enlisted accessions, and that's we cut IMA orders. So if it's a member going to an IMA position, they need an appointment order, and we'll cut those orders as well. For those that are on the call that have gone through this process before and they hit a speed bump along the way with some type of eligibility factor, there's waivers for all of those that are spelled out in our Accessions Bible. And we also are highly involved in helping members navigate the waiver process. So those come through our office. We process those. We help them get them across the finish line, scroll them, and appoint them. So that's a large overview of what we do. And at this point in time, I'll open up for any questions.
I know there was one question that came in when they registered about just a scroll.
Okay.
Are there any unit level issues that you would like to bring to ARPC's attention that was scrolling? Is there anything regarding scrolling you can go a little more into depth that you haven't already?
Yeah, so scrolling is often done between the member and their recruiter. That's how it's initiated. The member expresses a desire to come to the Air Force Reserve as an officer. And what the recruiter should be doing with that member is immediately gathering the required documents to appoint that member. All those documents are listed in AFMAN 36-2032, Attachment 10. Or if it's for OTS, it's going to be Chapter 7, plus any other documents in Attachment 10. What we're looking for immediately is, do they meet the basic eligibility criteria? If they do, that member's recruiter should be pushing them to us immediately for scroll. There are myths out there that the scrolling process itself takes 4 to 6 months. It takes more closer to 45 to 60 days from the moment we determine a member is fully eligible to OSD approval of that scroll. So if you're working with a recruiter right now and you're interested in becoming an Air Force Reserve officer, start asking them about scrolling and making sure that process is initiated early. We don't ever want that to be a bottleneck. During that scroll process, yourself and your recruiter and DPAR, my division, we're working on all the other things to get you fully appointed once that scroll is approved. So hopefully we get that scroll approved and within a couple of weeks we're appointing you. That's really as far as I can go into scrolling. It's really a mechanism that recruiting and our office does together hand in hand. And so if you're not working with a recruiter, start talking to one now. Start talking to one early in this process. Another question?
For commissioning age waivers, how many levels up, i.e. members CC plus group, so it says 05, 06 plus wing 07.
So for age waivers?
Yeah, commissioning age waivers.
This is something we actually don't see a lot of because prior service members use an adjusted age. And when it comes to our medical professionals and our chaplains, their age to come in is actually not age 40. It's much higher than that. Those waivers usually just go through AFRIC SG or AFRIC HC for approval. But Sergeant Strickler, whoever's asking that question, can you ask them to if they have any more specifics or if I addressed that or not? Collins, what level waivers? Is that T1 or T2?
By using AFRIC SG, I feel like that's probably the.
It's probably going to be like a T2 or T3 waiver. Yeah, it depends.
It says, I was encouraged to apply an adjusted age was still too high. So it went up to 2-star and then died on the vine. This sounds like a personal scenario where they required 2-star as the approval authority.
Okay.
So what is there a level above a 2-star?
Well, if it's a T1 waiver, that's going to be the AFRIC commander himself, him or herself. So, yeah. So if you're looking at AFMAN 36-2032, section 5.4, under the age piece, where it says basic age is age 40, at the end of that paragraph, you're going to see in parentheses something that says T dash and then a number. So for whoever's asking this question, if that said T-1, that's a tier 1 waiver, and that goes all the way to AFRIC commander. Tier 2 is also AFRIC commander. So if you have more questions on that, I'll be happy to talk to you specifically offline. You can send me a personal email and we'll get an answer for you. Okay. And see if we can find out why, or maybe help you reaccomplish it in some way. As I said, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Cole, C-O-L-E. First name is Nathaniel when I'm in trouble. But you can also look me up in the global that way too.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
There's a question about OTS.
Okay. So we have an OTS question.
How would the MPS find out how many heads or bodies is assigned to our NAF for that quota, for the OTS quota?
That's a very good question, and the answer is unlimited. So one of the things that we're finding is we are actually not filling all 250 of our seats. we're not getting in enough of those applications from the NAFs. Okay, so your NAF, just so you know, does not have a quota. Your wing does not have a quota. You can hold as many commissioning boards as you want at the unit and wing to send up to your NAF as you want all year long. And we want to get more. We want to fill that 250, and AFRIC does as well. So my encouragement to the wings or the FSSs out there listening to this, if your wing is currently operating, as I remember from being at the unit level, that we're going to hold this board once a year, maybe you need to look at holding it more often. And just so you know, AFMAN 36-2032 defines the size of this board that needs to be held. And it has a requirement of only one person on that board, and that'd be one reserve officer. That's it. That could be your wing commander. Route that package up to the NAF, and they're going to push it to us. So I highly encourage units, the FSS, to hold as many of those as you need, as often as you need, and to send those to us. And to just dispel another myth, there's a myth out there that I've heard that it takes years to get people in an OTS class. It's not true. As soon as we get a completed application, we put you in the next available class. And if we have vacancies in every class, that means we have the ability to send you to OTS within just a couple months of getting your completed application. Mic drop? Okay. All right. I greatly appreciate everyone's time. I did give you my my real first name and last name. If you do have questions, please feel free to just email me directly. Happy to correspond with you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Tech Sergeant Collins from our Assignments Division. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Tech Sergeant Collins from AGR Management. Today, I'm going to briefly go over what we do and a little bit on how we do it. But firstly, let me just hit the point of the MyPERS. If you're looking for something individual or specific or have a very direct question, please submit MyPERS ticket. Now, the reasoning for this for us is we are building out a talent marketplace, as some may heard, and also doing other innovations upon our systems on our backside for orders and MilPDS. I really need these analytics to make these systems work for you as a user and a member. So as I jump in here, Air Force Reserve Headquarters and Unit AGR Management works out of AFI 36-2110, Chapter 12. You may have heard there was a DAFMAN that got released. We are working on editing that publication. So currently we are still working out of 2110. As far as advertising vacancies, we work on with the hiring officials to post ads to MyPERS. This format is changing for 3Fs and 38Fs starting 1 July. It's very exciting that we are moving into a test market for talent marketplace. This is via MyVector. This is going to be the future of advertising. We're making headway. So again, feedback is going to be very important, and open communication as we move into this new frontier that will be better for you as a hiring official and also better for us to be able to resolve and get things posted and hired for and get persons in the bodies, people in the seats as soon as possible. Okay, now moving on, as far as facilitating assignments with our hiring authorities, we're going to ensure that the applicant is eligible for the position and place them into that position, create the orders, and then we share MilPDS responsibilities. This is also done by the Chiefs and Colonels group, and they will facilitate their population of members. We will coordinate with servicing FSS to manage our AGRs. This means their MilPDS record, any extensions that need to be done. Those kind of transactions will be shared, such as ACD. So with the ACD, or as people know, AGR continuation decision, we work this on a semi-annual basis. January and July are our dates. This will go into effect for members that are 12 to 18 months from your DOS. You will be placed into a board. You'll receive notification that you are now hitting a 12 or 18 month from your DOS, and you'll be given an array of options. If you do not fill out your ACD, you will be returned on DOS. So please do not ignore the messaging, or else you will need to find a new position. Okay? It's very important that you utilize MyPERS. Get your ACD done. If you're having troubles, please send a MyPERS ticket, and we have a team to help and assist resolve your matters soon. We try to have these boards closed out so that you then may make career decisions on where you're going and what you're doing next, and that we can get your extension process in a timely fashion. We also process assignment waivers. This would include TOS waivers. We have a concern of TOS waivers getting to us less than 120 days. With that, it comes complications for the member. Please ensure that if you are doing a curtailment and it needs to have a TOS waiver, you're trying to give our office an extension amount of time more than a month. It's just not feasible to be able to get some of these pushed through in that amount of time. We do work with you as a member to try to get the date that you're requesting. This would include retirements, okay? We also work on MDRs, or management directed reassignments. This would be moving a member into a current grade. So same grade position and moving a member based upon the needs of your unit. Speaking of voluntary or involuntary curtailments, these are hot points for us right now. I mentioned the retirements. Retired members who have a certified retirement date need to curtail their order. We'd like it to be more than 3 months from their date of retirement. Why is this? This is so we can ensure that your order is done appropriately and you do not have a debt owed to the Air Force Reserve, okay? We need to have that done, especially because sometimes it does include additional waivers. We also would like to note curtailments are not a disciplinary action, okay? Let's utilize disciplinary actions when necessary. That way a member's record is updated for the discrepancy that they are required for, instead of curtailing them and then maybe having them come into the program and then causing other complications, okay? Involuntary or voluntary curtailments are for members' non-disciplinary actions, okay? Okay, and then the next one, AGR program health metrics. I'd like to just hit on the call to duties just very quickly for this. If you haven't heard of our health metrics, we're executing at 100% this FIDEP, okay? We have 5,256 positions to execute on. And for call to duties, we are only allotted 1 for 1. So what our loss is for the month before, we will then gain that back. Call to duties. What is a call to duty? A call to duty is someone who is not currently within the AGR program. Okay. AGR promotion grade ceiling for senior master sergeant, chief, major, lieutenant colonel, and colonels are also something we coordinate on with. Not as much, but we will. So if you have questions or concerns, please reach out, or through our MyPERS page, we do have a link for that. I want to note we do have a town hall the 14th of July. There are 2 sessions as we become very, very popular with the outside field. And we will be speaking of sanctuary, non-sustainable career field listing, possibly USERA, and talking about encumbered art to AGR positions, answering more specific questions and concerns that you may have. So please join our town hall 14 July, 2 sessions. And if we fill up, we will have an additional one. Now, is there any questions from the group? Okay, as there's no questions, I'd like to introduce Mr. Maddox. Oh,
Just asking contact information.
okay, great. Mr. Maddox from AGR. Same.
Good morning or afternoon, as it may be. My name is Mr. Maddox. I'm from Reserve Assignments, also called ARC Assignments. And primarily what we do is we process those reserve or ARC assignments in accordance with AFI 36-2110, Chapter 8. And the bulk, if not all of our work, comes through MyPERS. So if you have any questions or concerns that need to be addressed to us, please open a MyPERS incident directly to our office. And I believe it's ARPC reserve assignments specifically. Again, we complete assignments for the IMA population is one of our primary duties. That's IMA to IMA, IMA to other components, whether it's the guard or traditional reserve assignments. And we also complete assignment projections and orders for those individuals assigned to the IRR who are going to be reassigning to traditional reserve, guard, IMA, or PIRR assignments. Additionally, we coordinate on cases involving USERRA, which is the Uniform Service Employment Reemployment Rights Act. It's just an administrative cord for that process. Then there's also the indispensability program, which we have a larger role in. And in that, we process the reserve retirees, those individuals who are sitting in the retired reserve, out to traditional IMA and guard units. The guard has their own separation process, just to kind of wrap that up. We also process the position moves within the indispensability program for the Air Force reservists, and the extensions while the individuals are assigned to the indispensability program. And we also process the separations for the traditional reservists and IMA members who are assigned to indispensability, and all that comes through MyPERS. Another process we're involved in is the VLPAD, which is the Voluntary Limited Period of Active Duty Program. We process those conditional releases, and we also have an administrative role in that. And there's the Special Duty Assignment Pay, and that process we only accomplish for the IMA population. But if you get a question submitted via MyPERS, we'll happily direct you to the correct OPR or get you spun in the right direction. Just FYI, our service level agreements are changing, and those are going from 14 days to process or acknowledge and process a request received through MyPERS to about approximately 30 days. We've had some personnel turnover, a lot of personnel turnover, and we ask you to be a little bit patient with us, but we will get around to you, and we'll get you a good response. So if there are any questions, I'll open it up to the floor. Please send it to the group chat. And I'd also like to, at this time, introduce Lieutenant Colonel Slate.
All right. Hey, good morning or good afternoon, Zoom land. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Stacy Slate, and I'm in the Force Development Division. Just going to start out with re-highlighting that MyPERS page. I know you guys are getting overwhelmed with a lot of information right now. We're just going to introduce to you some things that we do in the Force Development Division, but if you want any more details, go to our Force Development page. Both the officer and enlisted side have different information on both pages, whether it's applicable for the officer or enlisted. So kind of give a broad overview of what we do in Force Development is we manage all the officer and enlisted development teams. So this is career field specific. It is the opportunity for each member in the field to get feedback from their career field senior leaders. The members records come here for a board, and we host the board physically here at ARPC with those senior leaders of each career field, providing mentoring back to the individual on their career progression, job assignments, expertise they need to gain, school selections, that kind of stuff will be handled through the development team process. Another type of board that we manage here at ARPC is the school selection board. So there's 4 boards that we host a year. 2 of them are called the RSSB. They're held every 6 months. We have one coming up here in July, and those are short courses offered only to officers through the RSSB process. And then in the fall, we hold a school board for the long schools for ACSC or Air War College, those fellowships that are rare fellowships that are available out there. Those are held at the RDEDB. That's a school process for, again, the long courses. And then we have a course process, a board for our enlisted members, and that's called the EDEB, the Enlisted Developmental Education Board. And those are enlisted short courses that are available. And we just hosted that board back in May. So all school board processes that are centrally managed. These are not career field specific board processes. This is PME opportunities or just leadership training opportunities. Those type of things are this school board process. It is not a career field specific school board process. We are also transitioning our process to apply for these boards, both the development team board and our school boards right now. Some are still held in the old process, which is found in VPC, and some are being transitioned to the new process, which is housed in MyVector. So each career field or each board, there's an invitation to apply that is sent out to the members through MyPERS, and we post all the information on MyPERS. It will have the specific details of where to go, whether it's VPC or whether it's transitioned over to MyVector. So very important to help direct all the members in the field. You'll probably get a lot of these questions there at the CSSs of where do I go? What do I do? Be sure that you send them to our MyPERS page, and they can get more information there on which application process this is. Also under force development, we have the Joint Officer Management Office, or also called the JOM office. For an officer to become Joint Qualified Officer is quite a marathon of a process where they have to have certain types of skills and experiences, and they accrue points over a period of time. And this office, the JOM office, tracks and manages these individuals as they're going through this process, and they award them the JQO, Joint Qualified Officer, label when they've met all of the requirements, both education and experience. The final office that we have is the Key Command and JDAL Management Office. This affects mostly our IMAs, but we are going to be looking at other positions along with AGRs for our 05 specifically. We manage centrally looking at certain key positions as developmental positions for people to move in and out of. And we do not want someone to sit in a position for 6, 8, 10 years. We want other people to get that experience. So we physically manage how long an individual has been in a position, and we notify them when they're coming up on a year. They're approaching their either 3 or 4 year in the position, and they're a year out and they need to start looking for a new assignment. This office is going to help them find new assignments and just keep them posted on where they're at in the process of finding assignments. And so then we also run some odd cat and dog type of things that just don't really fit anywhere else. So we help with student outplacement, and this is for officers, majors, and lieutenant colonels who've gone to school for a year, find a follow-on position into a new assignment. So that's called our student outplacement. And then we also run the Reserve Command Screening Board. This is the board that creates a selection list each year for people to apply for wing commander, vice wing commander, and group commander positions. And then on the enlisted side, we run the Enlisted Command Chief Screening Board, which this is another board that is screening individuals to apply to be command chief positions. The one that you are probably most affected by in the CSSs is the Step 2 board. So the Stripes for Exceptional Performers. This is a promotion board where we hand out a stripes for our enlisted personnel. We are just had this closeout a few weeks ago here at June. We'll be hosting the board here at the end of July, and hopefully we will find a lot of great deserving individuals who will be needing meeting the board and receiving a new stripe. And finally, we run a special duty board for both for officers and enlisted. And this is to help manage the careers of individuals who are in special duty assignments, either find new positions or return to their career fields. So again, most of these items, you can find information about every single one of these on our MyPERS page, but I will take any questions that are from the field, or if you have something specific that pertains to you, you want to pop it in the chat, feel free to. And if there are no questions, I'm going to turn it over to Tech Sergeant Warngu from PIM Management.
All right. I'm Sayan Wanjao from PIM Management, the pre-trained individual manpower team. And basically what our team does here at ARPC is we manage personnel readiness for all forces that could be mobilized in case of war or national emergency. So we are ARPC's only wartime mission. And these forces that could be mobilized in case of war or national emergency include the Individual Ready Reserve, the IRR, the Standby Reserve, and also retired members. So how we manage readiness for these personnel is through a couple of screening programs. The first one is the annual survey. So every single member that could be mobilized is required by law to review and update their contact information. So this includes like their address, their email address, phone numbers, because this is how we would be able to reach them if we needed to mobilize them. So we do that every single year. We notify members on a monthly basis. We've divided the force into 12 months, and then we notify them to go in there and review and update their contact information. We also do masters. So we are currently in our master program from May through August. So typically we would coordinate with the local FSS, and our team would TDY to that location to do the master. And it would actually be mandatory unless we provide them with an exception. However, this year we went to a virtual process, so via Microsoft Teams. We've already completed a couple masters, but this was completely voluntary because it is our proof of concept year, but this could be the way of the future. Next up, we do the Projected to the IRR program. So this is where we take an opportunity to educate people who are separating within 6 months. We will notify them of their obligation, because we are still finding that there are people who do not realize that they have an IRR obligation. So we are asking that you please educate them. You can let them know that they have benefits, because usually that will motivate people to be able to recognize that they have that obligation. So they are eligible for an ID card, that green ID card. They're able to shop at the BX and the commissary, which a lot of people don't realize. They're also able to utilize the MWR, the Morale, Welfare, and Recreation clubs on base. So this could be like the base gym, outdoor rec, and so on. They're also actually able to utilize Space A with that green ID card. And last but not least, they have some TRICARE demo. If they go on the TRICARE website, they'll be able to see some of the options available to them. Last but not least, we do a biannual push-pull exercise. So for this exercise, we practice pushing members from the IRR and pulling them into an active duty unit. So this is just us practicing how we can mobilize forces. We would like to full stamp that members in the IRR are mobilization assets. So if people have disciplinary issues, they have medical issues that could prevent them from mobilizing them, please discharge them. Don't just place them in the IRR, because we need to be able to utilize them if it came down to it. If there are any questions, please put them on the chat. And at this time, I'd like to introduce from the Reserve Service Programs, Mr. Bob Scott.
Good morning. My name is Bob Scott, and I am the Chief of Reserve Service Programs. And my branch has a number of unique missions. Our primary responsibility is that we serve
as the MPF for the individual ready reserve and the standby reserve. We're also responsible for service date verification for reserve and guard members. After the member is initially gained to a unit. Once you, as the servicing FSS, do your initial gain, you're going to be locked out from being able to make changes specifically to the area of pay dates, total federal commission service date, total year service date, and total enlisted military service date. Once that initial gain is done, we're the only office that's able to make changes in those areas. My branch also manages the Key Employee Program, the Career and Admission Program, Foreign Government Employment, and we're also the UIF monitor for those that are in the S7 passcode. I've included MIPERS article numbers to help you understand what these programs involve, but I do want to highlight the Key Employee Program. These are members of the reserve who accept a civilian position that's deemed to be a key or emergency essential position. In order to hold the position, the employee cannot be in the selected reserve. This will require that the employee be moved by the FSS to a non-recall status position. The employee needs to know that they have the option to move to a specific passcode in the standby reserve that will allow them to continue to work for non-paid points toward satisfactory service years. If you don't mention that to them, they may think that they actually have to separate or totally leave the reserve. But for those that are getting close to retirement eligibility, this is a great option for them to be able to continue to work toward retirement, but they move out of that mobilization position. Because with the key employee position, that civilian job is one that is critical in an emergency, and they cannot be mobilized out of that. Now, on this slide, I want to, or I've included information on how to get updates to service dates. It is the gaining unit's responsibility to initially verify the service dates and input those into the system during that gain process. One thing I do want to stress is that it is vitally important that as you're gaining the member, that you verify whether the pay date needs to be adjusted. Pay dates are adjusted based on a non-creditable service break. What that may be is if the member is coming to you from civilian status or they come from a different service, there may be a break in service that you need to account for when you make your update to the pay date. If you do that when you do the initial gain, then you'll be able to help that member to maintain or to keep their length of service, their longevity. But if you don't do it at that time, you could unnecessarily harm them. What I would ask you to do is ask a couple of questions. Ask that member, do they have a civilian break? Or is a member coming from another service? If that is the case, go ahead and adjust the pay date before you pull them over into your system. Some examples of things that happen in a negative way that I've dealt with in my office recently is we'll see members who have many years of service. Say they might come to your unit as a tech sergeant, and as they're being gained, their pay date is adjusted or changed to the date that they actually joined your unit. So you could have a tech sergeant, for instance, that might have 14 years of service, and now you've just made them have 1 year of service or less. It severely impacts their pay. We've got to make a number of changes with DFAS in those instances. So if you catch that at the outset, you're going to save these members a lot of headache as well as yourself. If you do have a member that needs a pay date update and that member has already been gained to the unit, we do want you to look at whether the member has a point history record. If the member doesn't have a point history record, we ask that you submit a ticket to the point management branch. We have an agreement with the point management branch that if they receive a ticket, they're going to initially take care of their point history, and then if they believe that there's a break in service, they'll create a ticket to our office to look at the pay date. It can accomplish two very important things for a new member with one ticket. But if the member already does have a point history, you're more than welcome to submit a MIPERS ticket to us, and we will verify that pay date. We do ask that in submitting that ticket that you include all service information as far as their DD Form 4s, DD 214s, separation documents, discharge documents, NGB 22s, NGB 23s, any information that can identify to us whether a member has had any sort of break in service. We're going to go from the very start of their career to the present day and look to see if there is a need for any adjustments based on a break in service. Also, as you're gaining an individual, we do ask that you ensure that the documents get to ARMS. We're noticing a significant lack of documents getting to the ARMS database. I realize that for you as an FSS that involves having to mail those documents to ARMS, but just to give you an example, recently I've dealt with a few individuals that they have been in the reserve for 1 or 2 years. I go in to look into ARMS and there are no documents in ARMS. It hurts the member. It hurts us in being able to make corrections to the member's record. Ultimately, it's going to harm that individual by potentially losing track of those records. We do ask that as soon as you are able to send those documents to ARMS, please do so. And we are working on some initiatives with the ARMS folks to try to get them to accept the documents in a different way than mailing it. But that's going to be a little bit further down the way before we'd see any results in that. As we say on here, the requests that come into us, if they have all of the documents attached, we will usually return those within 10 business days. But if we don't have all the documents, it's going to take significantly longer. The final slide includes 2 references. The first is the reference that deals with service dates. This particular reference outlines and explains what these service dates are, how they're calculated, what's included in that calculation, and it can help you in being able to make changes or updates to those dates on your end. The last reference is the reference that we use for pay dates. It has a great amount of information as far as what is a creditable pay period and what is not. It also gives some examples of how to calculate pay dates. And along that same line, I've asked the organizers of the briefing to include a handout that hopefully will come at the very end of the briefing that will give you the information on how to calculate pay dates. If you do have questions on that or concerns, you're more than welcome to submit a MyPERS ticket or include questions in the chat to address that as far as calculating a member's pay date or any of the other service dates that we have on here. At this point, that concludes my briefing. If there are any questions, I'm open for that, or you can include them in the chat. Okay, I will now turn it over to Tech Sergeant Whitnell of our Education Services branch.
All right. Good morning / afternoon, Zoom world. Again, just kind of depending where you're at. My name, as already introduced, is a Technical Sergeant Tracy Whitnell. And today I'll be briefing classification and IR training, special pay and incentives, and education services. So let's go ahead and start with classification waivers. So these waivers are for officer and enlisted, and it's required for entrance into an AFSC, such as initial entry, medical, ASVAB, retraining, etc. And requirements for this can be found in the Air Force Enlisted Classification Directory, the Air Force Officer Classification Directory, and AFMAN 36-2100. Now, special note here, classification waivers are a different package format than training waivers. Further guidance can be found on MyPERS. So speaking of training waivers, let's go into that for a second. So training waivers are for enlisted only as far as used to waive training due to experience, CDCs, time and training, and initial skill schools. Officers would go to their career field manager. You must have these waivers submitted within 6 months of assignment or retrained AFSC per AFMAN 36-2100. If you go past the 6-month mark, you will need to submit an exception to policy letter for a waiver. So now let's go ahead and dive in to the special pay and incentives area, starting with the aviation bonus challenges that we're facing. So AGR payments are submitted by ARPC to DFAS through CMS. For TRs and ARTs, the Wing Career Assistance Advisor, or WCAA, are responsible for processing the annual installments. So please reach out to your office, or our office, excuse me. Please reach out to our office or your Wing Career Advisor for more on the aviation bonus challenge. And then for the Combat Rescue Officer bonus, or CROW, these payments are done by ARPC. The Wing Career Advisors are not authorized to submit this payment. I say again, are not authorized to submit this payment. Correction to the AFSC on the slide, you'll see there 13D. I apologize, that should be 19Z or 19 Zulu. And that'll be found in the second bullet for the CROW bonus. 13D should be 19 Zulu. Moving on to the Enlisted and Officer Incentives Program Challenge. Applications are submitted by the Wing Career Advisor, not the member or the CSS. And the Wing Career Advisor processes annual installments. Now, IMAs are submitted through their debt RIO, and ARPC processes the annual statement. And then for the incapacitation pay challenges that we face, every scenario is case-by-case basis. ARPC does not have the oversight on the line of duty program, medical condition orders, and the medical evaluation board process to properly advise members and the units. AFRC Surgeon General returns about 50% of the INCAP requests received due to lack of supporting documents and often expresses concern on initial requests being insufficient. Now let's go ahead and move on to the education benefits. So as you can see there's a list of about 8 different programs that we do to serve the member. Most of the contact that we have is with the member themselves, but I do want to direct you on how you can help us specifically with the TEB program. So when you brief people that are retiring or separating, please make sure the service member has completed all of their obligated service or commitments before they do indeed separate or retire. If they do not do that, the VA will come back and they will cut and recoup those TEB benefits, and nobody wants to have that happen. So please, I urge you, brief your members who are retiring and separating, say, hey, do you have an obligated service commitment for the Transfer of Education Benefits program? If they are even in question about it, please have them go back to the website that will be provided on the next screen to make sure that they have fulfilled their obligated service. And the reason why this is important is because here at ARPC, we actually have we work something called BCMRs, or Board of Correction to Military Records. And what that is members that have already retired or separated come back and say, hey, the VA for some reason has cut or recouped my benefits, and I want to know why. They give us all the documentation, and we do the BCMR request from there. Our goal is to eliminate those BCMR requests as much as we can, and that starts with you guys. So please make sure you go in there and advise these members that are retiring and separating, saying, hey, if you don't do this, the VA will cut these, will do the recoupment program, will cut your benefits, and that's going to cause a BCMR, which could take up to a year or more to process. So speaking of links, the next slide here does have the helpful links. And then if you ever have a member that needs to do a post-11 letter of certification to see what percentage of benefits that they have that they can transfer, they would go to the first website that you see there, and they would find the VA Form 22-1990, and they would complete that out. And then to elect to transfer the benefits, they would actually go to this website right here, the dmdc.osd.mil/milconnect. They do need to have access, or they do need to have the common access card to be able to access that website. And then, of course, the VA hotline for those that have questions about their GI Bill. As a reminder, we here at ARPC only do the eligibility for the letters of certification. We don't actually administer the benefits. So if members need additional help with that, they would need to contact the VA center at that hotline provided there. And then last but not least, submitting a MyPurse ticket. And again, I know you've heard this a lot throughout this whole entire briefing, but please submit a MyPurse ticket. It helps us track everything, helps us keep the continuity of each ticket to make sure that we are correctly answering the questions for you guys. So instructions are there, 5 total steps. If all else fails, have them either go to their education service office or do a MyPurse ticket, and they'll come right to this office. So at this time, do I have any questions from the group?
All right, this is Sergeant Strickler again, saying thank you to everybody that has joined us today. I know we gave you a great deal of information that can be a lot to take in at once. So if for some reason you didn't get your briefer's name, please just write down Senior Master Sergeant Courtney Strickler, and I am happy to point you in the right direction. Again, thank you all so very, very much for your attention today, and hopefully there was a little something that came out of this of value to you all. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon again, everyone. It's Mark again. Just coming back on and letting you guys know we're glad you're here. We're glad you're with us. Our next briefer is going to be Master Sergeant Valerie Baker Wilson, who's going to talk about the workflow case management system and the field service support services element, part of our DPT Directorate. You're on, Sergeant Wilson, Baker Wilson.
Awesome, thank you. So yes, I'm Sergeant Baker Wilson. I work in the operations branch. Part of our work in the operations branch is to go through workflow, case management service system is basically CMS, and then also the FSSE Commander's Hotline. So some things that we're going to talk about are what we do and what we see and how the FSS can help members. In our section, we have workflow, which is the backside of the of MyPERS and VPC. And then we have CMS cases that come through us, and we manage those for the Director of DPT. And then we also have the Commander's Hotline. So what we do, let's start off with what the things that we actually do. So case management system, or CMS, are for pay affecting incidents. If it is pay affecting, then it should come through CMS. If the ticket in CMS you don't necessarily know where it goes, that's when ARPC customer service is used. We get that in operations and we assign it to the correct box it needs to be in. Field support service element, we call it FSSE or the Commander's Hotline. So the purpose of that is to provide an expedited assistant for those urgent pay and benefit or mission affecting issues. This line is intended only for general officers, commanders, execs, squadron chiefs, superintendents to call on behalf of the member. So not calling on for themselves, but on the behalf of the member for something that may be pay or benefit affecting or even career impacting that needs urgent assistance. We do answer the phone 0800 to 1600 Monday through Friday. There is a technician. Obviously, if the technician's on the other line, you will be directed to the voicemail, or if you call after our business hours, you'll be directed to the voicemail. We do check the voicemail twice a day to make sure that we are answering those, and we will create an incident within one business day. When we pick up your call or we get your voicemail, we do try to process those incidents within 5 days, those hot pay affecting, benefit affecting, urgent incidents. And when I say process, your call, your issue may not actually be 100% resolved by that time, but we have stepped in and made the process go faster, or at least given you an explanation as to why it's still with the technician. MyPERS incident workflow. Occasionally, you will go out and you'll create a MyPERS ticket, and it doesn't automatically route to the OPR, where it actually needs to get assigned, which is the OPR, but it will come to our workflow, and we will then have to assign it for you. So we'll go through the ticket and we'll assign it to the correct OPR, which does slow down your response time for those incidents, because we do have 24 hours to assign them, but they get misrouted to the workflow queue when we route those. We also pick up mail for the center and create incidents based off of mail. So yes, we do receive mail. So what we do see requests for non-pay issues in CMS. So we need to make sure that we're using CMS for pay issues only. If it's not pay affecting, then just create a MyPERS incident. FSSE calls for non-urgent issues. those can be handled by calling the TFSC. Some of the examples that we receive are evaluations, and it's not really related to an officer promotion board. They're just requesting status, which you can find through VPC and MyPERS. We get requests to send them blank forms, which they can be found on MyPERS in the retirement application page. And also awards and decorations. We get calls to expedite a decoration, which a decoration is not pay or benefit affecting. And then some of the workflow, the incidents that we get in workflow, because they aren't automatically routed, a lot of the times is if you went to the contact us or the email, the MyPERS Total Force Service Center, the incident doesn't really know where it needs to go. So how the FSS can help members. CMS with the servicing MPF, please be clear and concise in the CMS case details. A lot of the times we get a case that just says, please update members' info, and there's no documents attached and there's nothing else provided. So we need to return that and get more information. So please make sure that all your source documents are attached. You can also submit a MyPERS request in addition to the CMS case if required. The FSSE line, due to the telework, we were having just the phone line with the voicemail, but we have just started coming back into the building to answer the phone. So again, that's Monday through Friday, 08 to 1600. Please make sure that you are ready to provide your information as the caller, as well as the information of the person that you're calling for. If you have an incident number or an application number or a social security number, that will assist us. And we do try to communicate through MyPERS as best as possible. If we're not on the phone or if we can't call you back, we do try to communicate with you through the MyPERS ticket. How you can help us. So if you go through MyPERS and actually click underneath the learn more about and click on one of those hyperlinks, it will take you to one of their pages. And their pages have what we like to call those dynamic forms. And if you fill out one of those, it will automatically go to the OPR. So it'll go right to the office that it's required to go to. So in this example, we said benefits and entitlements. And then after you select benefits and entitlements, there are a few things that you can kind of look at. Combat related special compensation or foreign language proficiency, ID card entitlements. And then we also said the Defense Enrollment Eligibility Reporting System, which is DEERS. And after you click on the DEERS, this is what we have as a dynamic form. Our DEERS technicians and SMEs went through and created this for customers, where if you are making the request on somebody else, you can put their member social on it. And then underneath, it shows all the requirements. So there's a lot of different areas within MyPERS that will show these types of dynamic forms, and your incident will be routed directly to that Office of Responsibility. So just to kind of wrap things up, we have a lot of information on MyPERS. It can be daunting, but that information out there is very useful. A lot of the times before calling the TFSC, you can use MyPERS and use it as a search. And we post knowledge articles, and we have different types of forms and different types of information that can help answer your questions before you need to make a call. Make sure that if you are calling the FSSE line or the commander's line, that you are either a commander or you're calling on behalf of the commander and on behalf of another member. And that request is pay, benefit, or career impacting. CMS cases are for pay or benefits. If it is not, please create a CMS case. Okay, I think I made some Good time? Are there any questions?
One question. Tech Sergeant Mark Haynes says that the support line does not allow us to leave voicemails.
So we do request, if we do get a phone call that is not pay or benefit affecting, we do turn around and ask that the member or the FSS submit a MyPers ticket. Because that's basically what we would be doing, is submitting a MyPers ticket. But if it is pay or benefit affecting, we do help the member. But I don't know about the voicemail not working. Since we've been here, when I got here this morning, there was no voicemail, but 2 technicians were here before I was this morning, so they could have gotten the voicemail.
He asked, can you share the number that takes voicemail?
Yes.
I'll just type it in.
I was like, let me go back to it. Oh, here it is. So just right down at the bottom. So authorized personnel may contact the FSSE by calling 720-847-3400. Something else.
Can I see the MyPers screen in question, please? I think this is what.
This is the very first page that you would get to, and on the left-hand side, depending on what you select at the top, either active duty, air reserve, or guard, it'll kind of give you more of the learn more about. And if you select one of those hyperlinks, which this is just a picture, so I can't really show you what it looks like in the system, but this is a screenshot from it. We snippeted it. And then after selecting the benefits and entitlements, these hyperlinks are what come up. But this is for the reserve too. So if you're, you should be all reserve, but if you're not, then you might have different benefits and entitlements hyperlinks underneath if you're active or an Air National Guard or a retiree. A lot of the ones that people put is that very bottom one where it says obtaining a mortgage veterans administration home loan letter. So that one is very popular. That one gets used a lot because a lot of people need those VA home loan letters. And then this is the dynamic form. So if you see this in MyPers, if you're creating an incident, that means this is a dynamic form. And we want you to put as much detail as possible of what you're requesting. So many incidents we receive that just says, please update my points. And you have no idea what point you're missing. And it's like, oh, that point from 1984. And you're like, no, sorry, I didn't know that you worked that day. So please provide information on, to what exactly we need to update. But these dynamic forms, we put a lot of work into trying to eliminate a lot of those delayed responses where maybe there's not enough documentation or we're not quite sure where it goes and it gets routed to the wrong place. So these dynamic forms are very helpful to get the incident directly where it needs to go. Any more questions? Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. This is Master Sergeant Burbach from ARPC Entitlements Office. I'm run through benefits and entitlements briefing today. It's an overview of what we'll talk about. I'm going to cover service members group life insurance. I'll talk about FSGLI, the family member coverage, TSGLI coverage, and how to file an insurance claim. Go over the non-duty status casualty reporting process to ARPC, and then we'll finish up with reserve component survivor benefit plan. Okay, so just as a reminder for those that don't know, at ARPC we still get quite a few MyPers tickets about SGLI, like LES debt and election mismatches, asking to start deductions from the service member's LES. Just as a reminder, in 2017, DMDC took over all the SGLI and FSGLI elections, and they use Milk Connect to do that through the program called SOES. It's the SGLI online enrollment system. This enables service members to go out there anytime and make changes to their election. They can update their beneficiaries. They can decline their coverage, add coverage, any type of SGLI coverage that they would like to do. If your LES does not reflect your current SGLI election, so if you have $400,000 of coverage and those $25 a month deductions are not coming out, you'll need to seek assistance from your finance office to do a CMS case to send to DFAS. DFAS is responsible for pay, and they would have to start those deductions at their end. All right. For SGLI, the maximum coverage a service member can have is $400,000. They can increase or decrease in $50,000 blocks. Maximum coverage right now is $25 a month, and full coverage covers a service member on or off duty. Choosing a beneficiary. I think it's goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyways, that choosing a beneficiary is in your best interest. We do get a lot of casualty claims. We're processing, SGLI claim for the service member, and their beneficiary is not updated. It could be an ex-spouse, or a family member, or not their current spouse, or just a number of different things. It's in your best interest so that you can ensure that if something does happen to you, that your beneficiary will receive any insurance money that you leave behind. And also, it speeds up the claims process and just helps things move along smoothly. Family coverage. Family coverage automatically covers the spouse for $100,000 in coverage. Coverage can be increased or decreased in increments of $10,000, and the cost is based on the age of the spouse. And there's also, I will cover the accelerated death option for SGLI in I think a couple slides, but it's also available with the family coverage. And if you've declined SGLI coverage, you cannot have family coverage. Child beneficiaries children are automatically covered for $10,000. There's no cost for that. They can remain beneficiaries up until age 18 or age 22 if they're in a full-time student status. Traumatic service members group life insurance. TSGLI is a benefit that a lot of service members don't even know that they're paying for. It's just an additional dollar deduction coming out of your LES. So if you have full-time SGLI coverage for $400,000, just a minute ago I said it's $25 a month. You may actually see a deduction for $26 a month. The compensation that you can receive is $25,000 to $100,000 per injury. Some of the typical injuries that we receive, it could be loss of eyesight or loss of a limb. It could also be hospitalization for a continuous number of days. I believe the first interval is 15 consecutive days of hospitalization. And if you know anyone that may qualify for this claim, or if you've had an injury in the past and you may qualify, the best thing to do is just submit a MyPERS ticket to our office and let us do some research and see if you may be qualified to file a TSGLI claim. Okay, the SGLI accelerated benefits option. As I mentioned, this applies both to service members group life insurance and family members group life insurance. So if the service member or family member have a life expectancy of less than 9 months as determined by a medical professional, you can file a claim and they can receive up to half of their insurance coverage money up front. So if they have $400,000 coverage, they'd be eligible for up to $200,000. And only the insured individual can apply for the ABO claim. Reason being, it's submitted in the form of a paper check. So anybody that has a power of attorney or anything like that, it does not apply to the ABO claim. The service member has to be able to complete the paperwork and fill out the claim themselves. Additionally, we get asked sometimes if the service member outlives their diagnosis, there is no, you don't pay back that claim money that you received. You would just continue paying the premiums for the coverage that you have. So if it was reduced by $200,000 and you have $200,000 of coverage, you just continue to pay for that coverage moving forward. Okay. We also provide casualty services for non-duty status casualties. And we have casualty assistance representatives down at the unit level that assist with completing claim paperwork and sending us documents that we use to verify insurance coverage. And then we send those off to Prudential Insurance to file the claim. If you need to report a casualty, you can do it through MyPers, or you can call the TFSC and they will submit a MyPers ticket to us. Okay, out on MyPers, we have a initial casualty report. Right now, it's a PDF document that we use. We don't use DSIPs like is used for active duty casualties. So we developed a PDF document. We're working on going to a we call it like a dynamic web form where you go out to MyPers, you'll click a link, you'll be able to punch in like the service member's social security number, and the person reporting the casualty, and it'll walk you through like a series of questions based on what kind of casualty you're reporting. You can input the unit information directly into that, and it'll flow directly into a MyPers incident, and then it'll remain in your work list so we can communicate back and forth through MyPers just as we do now.
Real quick, sorry, Burbuck. Did you want me to go over any questions that come up during your presentation or at the end?
Yeah, I think there's some questions coming in at the chat, and we'll go ahead and I will answer all the questions at the end of the presentation. So some of the documents that we have to have before we can send the claim off to Prudential Insurance to be paid out. We have to have the death certificate. We don't use the DD form 1300 like active duty does. I understand that can delay claims. We understand that, and we will wait for that death certificate to come back so we can send the claim off. We need the SGLV 8286 or a current SOS certificate, and then 8283, which is the claim form, and we need one for each beneficiary. One final document that we need is a current LAS, which is for the month that the service member passed away, and we use that to determine if those SGLI deductions were coming out. As I previously mentioned, sometimes SGLI deductions don't always match the election that the service member has on file, which would create a debt, and then that debt will be deducted when the insurance money is paid out. All right, so that wraps up the casualty piece, and now I'll talk about the reserve component survivor benefit plan. I'll do a quick overview of the program, eligibility, and the election options and beneficiaries, and then I'll get into a little bit of the monthly annuity and the cost, and then how to update or change that election if you need to in the future. All right, so if you don't know, the reserve component survivor benefit plan offers service members the same protection that survivor benefit plan offers, which is something that active duty is eligible for when they apply for retirement. But what it does is it offers a service member, they can elect coverage that if once they become retirement eligible, and then they pass away, they can name a beneficiary to receive a portion of the retirement that they would have received had they reached retirement age. With that, to be eligible to make an election, you have to have 20 years of satisfactory service, and you must be eligible for retired pay, with the exception of obtaining retired pay age, whether that be age 60 or like a reduced retired pay age. So once you're notified of 20 years via letter, you'll also be notified to make an RCSBP election. The way that we do notification currently, we mail out letters to service members, the address that you have listed on file in MIPERS. Sometimes those addresses are not correct or updated, so I would like to encourage everybody to make sure that your MIPERS address is always reflecting as your current home address. We get a lot of return mail for these letters that advise members that they're eligible for the RCSBP program. So we mail this letter out. It advises you that you're retirement eligible, with the exception of obtaining a pay age, and it instructs you to go to this NERP application, which is the Notification of Eligibility for Retired Pay app. And once you get into that pay app, the NERP app is where you'll make your RCSBP election. All right. So after a service member is notified and they go out to that NERP application and they log in, it's on VPC. There's a date stamp that is input into the system at that point. And from that date that you log in, you have 90 days to make your RCSBP election if you choose to, or you can decline coverage, or you can do nothing at all. If you do nothing at all, it's an automatic opt-in to the program. So what I'm saying is that if you do nothing at all, you have automatic coverage. So it's in everyone's best interest to go out there into the NERP app and make the election that you would like to have. All right, so there's 3 different election options that a service member can choose. So once you log into that application, as I mentioned, everybody has an immediate annuity which starts on the day after death. So we call that option C. If you would like to continue with that coverage, or that's the coverage that works best for you, you can just concur with what's out there on the app. It'll show the dependents that you have listed, and you're finished. It'll send a MIPERS ticket to us. We make the update in MilPDS and close out the ticket. If you would like something other than the automatic coverage that's provided, you can non-concur and then download a DD form 2656, which is right out there on the app. You have access to the forms. Complete that form and then send it into our office attached to a MIPERS ticket. The other 2 options are option A. So you can say, I don't want coverage, now that I'm retirement eligible, and I don't want coverage while I'm in the gray area. I'll make my election when I apply for pay. So whether that's age 60, or if it becomes like a reduced retired pay age, when you apply for your pay, then you can make your SBP election. Or you can say, I would like option B, which defers your annuity until age 60. So if you pass away before age 60, your beneficiary would not receive the annuity until you would have been age 60. Option B and option C have different costs associated with them. Obviously, because one's an immediate annuity and then one's deferred. There's some great calculators out on a website. It's called My Air Force Benefits. It's CAC enabled. You can log in. It'll pull up all your service history, your points earned. So it gives you like a good start into doing like a calculation, and then you can kind of play around with the options that are available and see what costs are associated with those. All right, just as I was mentioning, I'm just going through these options just a little more in depth. Option A, as I said, if once you become retirement eligible, if you elect option A and then you pass away prior to obtaining your pay age, there would be no annuity payable to any of your dependents, but your spouse would still receive BX, commissary, MWR privileges, and then medical privileges once you reach that date that you would have been age 60. They'd be eligible again to have TRICARE coverage. Option B again, if you elect option B once you have 20 years of service, or like let's say it's age 45, and you pass away at age 50, your beneficiary would not receive an annuity for another 10 years. And then there's option C. This is the option that everybody has automatically. Like I said, unless you say otherwise, you're a participant in the RCSBP program, and this would be payable immediately upon death. All right, beneficiaries. There's 6 beneficiary options that you can choose, and I'll explain insurable interest in a minute. There's just a few little different aspects of electing an insurable interest beneficiary. Former spouse. Former spouse can either be a court-ordered election, like due to a divorce, or you can just automatically you can choose former spouse if you would like. I'd like to point out that RCSBP, or Survivor Benefit Plan, is not a division of retired pay, so the annuity is always 55%. Sometimes during a divorce, the divorce decree will say that the former spouse is eligible for a set portion of retirement pay based on the points earned during the marriage. That does not apply to RCSBP. So if you're court ordered to name a former spouse, and say your division of retired pay, you have to pay 30% of your retired pay to your former spouse and make them an SBP beneficiary. If you were to pass away, your former spouse would then receive 55% of your retired pay, which is the annuity that's paid out under the Survivor Benefit Plan. Insurable interest. You can elect insurable interest if you are unmarried and you have no eligible children at the time of election. This is the highest cost associated with this level of coverage. It's based on a calculation of the ages that are the difference in ages between the service member and the beneficiary. Insurable interest coverage is the only election that after the initial election you can choose to cancel the coverage at any time. All the other election options are irrevocable outside of that initial 90 days, with the exception of a few times that we call life-changing events. I think I explained that in a couple slides later, but if you get married or divorced or there's a death of a beneficiary is when you can change your election. Insurable interest is different, and at any time down the road you can fill out a form and cancel your coverage. All right, as I said, the monthly annuity is 55%. You can go full retired pay, or you can reduce the amount that it's based off of. Anything less than full coverage, you have to have your spouse's concurrence. Annuity is payable for life unless your spouse remarries prior to age 55. All right, the cost of the program, excuse me. Cost of the program. Once you elect RCSBP coverage, it's not something that you begin paying for. There's no cost for the program while you're in the gray area. Once you begin drawing retired pay, however, there will be deductions from your LES. And then if you elect RCSBP coverage, when you begin drawing retired pay, it'll automatically transfer over to survivor benefit plan coverage, and there's a separate cost associated with that. We call the RCSBP portion of it, we call the reserve portion cost, and the survivor benefit plan cost is called the basic cost. The SBP cost is always calculated, or the basic cost is always calculated at 6.5% of your basic pay or base pay. The RCSBP cost is a little bit more complicated to calculate. It calculates factors in age of the beneficiary, and like years of service. That's why I always say it's best to go out to My Air Force Benefits and use a calculator out there where they'll do all the math for you. All right, changing your election. So as I mentioned previously, outside of that initial 90 days that you're notified to make an RCSBP election, the only times that you can change your election are these life-changing events that are listed. So if you're divorced, you have the option to change your coverage. If you get remarried, you can change your coverage. Or if your beneficiary dies, or if you have the birth of a child and you would like to add them as a beneficiary. So if you have coverage under RCSBP and you get divorced, you have 1 year from the date of that divorce to cancel your coverage. If you don't, you still have coverage for spouse in effect. However, you will not be charged premiums for that. If you ever get remarried again, spouse coverage will automatically resume 1 year after marriage. That's why I always tell everybody that contacts our office. If you get divorced, it's always a good idea to complete the DD form 2656-6, which is an election change form, and go ahead and cancel that spouse coverage. And then if you do get married later on, you can always add coverage back. All right, discontinuing coverage. The one other time that you can cancel coverage is after you are receiving retired pay, between your second and third anniversary of receiving retired pay. You can elect to cancel coverage. I'd also like to point out that once a service member has made 360 months of premium payments or age 70, then they're considered paid in full. You'll still keep your coverage, but you won't be charged any more premiums from your retired pay. And this is just kind of a diagram of how the process works, where we send out letters for the NERP application where you make your election. Twice a month, the rosters are downloaded with eligible service members. We verify that list, and then we input the retirement eligibility code. It creates that letter that's mailed out to the address. And then once you receive that letter is where you'd be instructed to go out to the NERP application, which looks like this, to make your election. If you go out to the NERP application, as I mentioned, if you do not concur with the automatic coverage, you may non-concur, and it'll take you to a place in VPC where you can download the DD form 2656-5, which is the initial election form. You can complete that form. If you're declining coverage, remember you have to have spouse concurrence, and it must be notarized. And then once that's done, you can upload that form to MyPERS and send it to our office. And we'll make that update in MilPDS, and then we'll send that form off to be scanned into your personnel record. All right. This time, I'd like to just go over some of the common errors. I think I hit on most of these. These are just some things that will impact your RCSBP election or cause you not to have coverage or to cause you to have coverage that you don't want. And unfortunately, the only time that you'll find out about it, or most likely the time you'll find out about it, is when you begin drawing retired pay and you either don't have deductions coming out of your LES or you do. The first one is getting that NERP letter, that 20-year letter, and just ignoring it and not logging in to make an election, letting that 90-day period lapse, and then you end up with automatic coverage. The second is filling out the 2656-5 for an election, and then you elect less than full coverage, and you don't obtain spouse concurrence, or if the spouse signs on a date prior to the service member signing the form, that can also cause issues. Untimely election changes. Remember that you have 12 months from any one of those life-changing events to change or decline or add a new beneficiary to your coverage. After that, you can't. Not doing your research. I always encourage everyone to go out, use those calculators, look at the cost, make sure that RCSBP is right for you. Make sure it's a coverage that you would like to have before making an election. And then the last thing is not keeping your contact information in MyPERS updated, and not just for RCSBP, but that goes with like all personnel actions in general. So it's always good to keep your information updated. And that concludes the briefing for entitlements, and I think we have some questions, so I'll get to those. All right, we have a question. I think it's from Senior Master Sergeant Walker about SGLI. And it's the FM department cannot see what's going on in MilConnect. My guess is this has to do with what I was talking about, opening a CMS case and the mismatch between the service member's election in MilConnect and their LES. And I get that they can't see that. That's where you would ask that service member to go into SOS and print out their SOS election on file. And either send that to that FM person as an attachment, or complete an 8286, like the old paper copy SGLI election form. Just any kind of documentation to send attached to a CMS case to DFAS. I hope that answered your question. But yeah, we get a lot of cases where units submit SGLI issues, and it comes to ARPC, or they do send it straight to DFAS, and then DFAS sends it back to ARPC asking for those source documents. So any way you can get those source documents, either declining coverage, adding coverage from the service member, and then submitting those with your CMS case.
Okay, and then the other question is from, sorry if I butcher your name, Senior Master Sergeant Patch. D at the beginning, it's silent. We have a major disconnect between what's showing in SOS compared to what's in MilPDS. This causes the wrong premium amount to be withheld from members' pay. Do you know if anyone is working to improve the SOS system feeding into MilPDS?
All right. I don't know if you guys could hear that second question, but it's about MilPDS data and MilConnect or SOS mismatch, messing up premiums, and they asked if there's anything being done to improve. And I don't have an answer for that. I don't know if there's any requirements or anything in place right now to improve that. The only thing I can offer is just to continue to open a CMS case if there are issues with service members' pay.
All right, thanks. And we're going to roll right into the retirements brief, which I'm sure everybody's going to be interested in. So, Mr. Jennings, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mr. Jennings from the Retirements Office. I'll be briefing you guys on the retirements life cycle. So main thing you guys want to take out of this briefing is prepare now so you don't have to worry about it later. What you do today affects tomorrow. As we talk about the retirement life cycle, we will be talking about the retired reserves, former members, active duty retirements, the reduced retirement pay age application, and members going directly into retired pay. First, we're going to start with the retired reserves. For all members going into the retired reserves, they must have 20 years of SAT service. If retiring with 15 but less than 20, you would be retiring with a medical code of 31 or 37. We're going to talk about that in a second. For the retired reserves, all reservists must apply to be transferred to the retired reserves using the VPC online application. The benefits of using this application, members and units can track the application online as it gets processed. It's automatically routed to commanders for coordination. The routing is handled by the unit PSM. So if there's any changes to the hierarchy, you would need to contact your PSM. MPFs can utilize VPC reports to see what members have applied for retirement. And members must still comply with the yearly in-strength policies in place at the time of that retirement application. Members with that medical code 31 or 37, you will need to attach medical documentation in the MyPERS application for medical retirement with them if you have less than 20 years SAT service. For members retiring on their MSD or higher tenure, transfer to the retired reserves is automatic. However, we do encourage everyone to apply. This will speed up the whole process. And then also, please keep in mind that if you could allow 90 to 120 days for retirement to be updated and processed here at ARPC for these types of retirements. All right, so for change dates and withdrawals for members going to the retired reserves, policy is based on AFI 36-3203, paragraph 3.11. Any request for change dates or withdrawals must be in the best interest of the Air Force and or for hardship. If a member is requesting a change date or withdrawal and it's over 30 days prior to the retirement effective date, the member must use the VPC application to request that change date or withdrawal. The VPC application will automatically be rerouted through coordination. If it's under 30 days prior to the retirement effective date, we need a written request by the member, and it needs to be routed and coordinated through the member's chain of command. Our approval authority for all change dates and withdrawals is the headquarters ARPC DPT Director, Colonel Silva. All right, so then we're going to talk about officer time and grade requirements. Lieutenant Colonel and above, these members must have 3 years of SAT service time and grade. For major and below, it's 6 months. If you are retiring due to MSD, age 60, or medical disqualification, you will need 6 months satisfactory service time and grade. And just keep in mind that we use the current effective date of rank and not the date of rank to identify when members actually pen on. All right, next we're going to be talking about former members. What is a former member? Former member is anyone who has separated or discharged instead of being transferred to the retired reserves. They are not reappointed or enlisted solely for retirement, and they do not accrue longevity. For members' pay, if they came in on or after 8 September 1980, they would fall under the high 3 pay system. If they came in prior to 8 September 80, they're going to fall under the pay scale that was in effect on the retirement pay effective date. All right, next we're talking about active duty retirements. For any member trying to get an active duty retirement, you must have 20 years total active federal military service. Active duty points does not necessarily equate to 20 years of total active federal military service, so please keep that in mind. Officers must have 10 years of active commission service, and retired pay is effective on the first of the month. For voluntary retirements, active duty retirements, you're going to apply using the VPC application. And again, and they're going to get the next generation uniform services identification card. Please keep in mind it's mandatory for members to provide in the application for an active duty retirement the DD Form 2656, including all banking information, because if we're missing that information, DFAS won't be able to directly deposit a member's pay directly into their account. Also, a member at this time will be making that SBP election, Survivor Benefit Plan. And members will also need to submit active duty orders taking them to or past their retirement date so we can account for all active duty time. Members are encouraged to indicate on the application if they're taking terminal leave, permissive leave, out processing with TMO, and any up-to-date ceremony information. Headquarters assigned members with 20 years total active federal military service will apply with AFPC and not ARPC. All right, so time and grade requirements for active duty retirements. For major and below, it's 6 months active duty service, and lieutenant colonel and above, it's 3 years active duty service that is required. For members retiring on their MSD or involuntary separated from active duty, all these members must have 6 months of active duty service. Next, we're talking about the reduced retired pay age application. Reserve members will submit a VPC application no less than 6 months prior to retirement. If you are in the reserves, you don't need to submit orders unless we request them directly. Be sure to keep track of all your participation and keep your orders just in case you're unable to find them later. Don't wait to be contacted by us regarding your reduced retirement pay age application. Go ahead and submit it online. If you think you have eligible service, go ahead and submit. All right, so the reduced retirement pay age effective 28 January 08. Any member may have their age 60 retirement reduced by 3 months for each 90-day period of active duty service in a fiscal year. We have some examples here on the slide regarding qualifying active duty and some non-qualifying active duty. Keep in mind that your age cannot be reduced below 50 years of age, and it's not retroactive for service prior to 29 January of 08. And next, we're talking about folks who are retiring at age 60 or on their reduced retirement pay age. Just keep in mind that if you're participating beyond age 60, the 12-308 waiver is no longer required. You will automatically get service and credit for service and points served after age 60. All right, so members must apply for their retirement 4 months prior to the retirement effective date using the VPC application. You must also submit DD Form 2656 with that application to initiate pay. And lastly, for general officers, these are all processed with the reserves. These members must complete the Air Force IMT Form 131. They must go through an IG check. And then once that IG check is complete, that application gets sent to ARPC for processing. All right, do we have any questions?
All right, everybody. This is Technical Sergeant Turpening. I work in retirements. I've been reading your questions in the chat and trying to respond as we went along. The last question that I answered was, is there a number to reach a voice if you have challenging circumstances? We do have an 800 number, 800-525-0102. That'll get you to the Total Force Service Center, a customer service representative. They are not retirement experts. They can answer a lot of general questions, but they are not experts. So the best way to get directly to retirements is to submit a ticket via MyPERS. How long should it take to receive retirement orders if requested 12 months out? If you have 21 years of stat service, 40 years old, no pay pending. Now, for just a reserve retirement, you can anticipate having orders within 2 to 3 months after you submit that application. And of course, that is, assuming that there's no other weird, that wouldn't be reserve retirement. Yeah. And that's just assuming that it's really straightforward. There's no highest grade held determination needs to be done or an officer grade determination. Let's see, turnaround time once a military application has been submitted for a Feb 2022 effective date. Again, that depends on the type of retirement application that it is. If it's just a reserve retirement application, then or an AGR, like active duty retirement application, you can anticipate to have an order within 2 to 3 months after submitting. And that's a realistic timeline. However, if it's for an age 60 or, like going into that pay status, then the turnaround time is going to be different. We are currently working those cases based on the month of the retirement effective date, and we are processing August cases right now. Let's see. Are there any circumstances that we should know that we would not otherwise know unless we have gone through the process? Wow, that's a vague question. Yeah, I don't know how to narrow that one down. It's definitely going to be dependent on a lot of different factors, and every single person's situation is a little bit different. If you have like a really complicated situation, again, I'd suggest contacting retirements via ticket in MyPERS so that we can go over specific examples with an individual. That's generally the best way to go about that. Is if you have a question, reach out to us. Okay, let's see. Yes, I have a follow-up question. For TR, what is the turnaround time for processing a retirement certificate for Feb 2022? No special circumstance. Our retirement certificates are processed no earlier than 45 days before the retirement effective date or ceremony. So if your ceremony's in January, then you can anticipate that being processed in beginning or middle of November to the middle of December. But if you're not having a ceremony, or if your ceremony is after the retirement effective date, then it'll be like the middle of January for a February date. Is there a pizza tracker for those who are retiring? Oh, yeah, actually, we do have a status bar for the members that submit an application. They can watch the status as the application is going through the steps of being processed. It's similar to like the Domino's pizza tracker. Yeah, good question. MPF gets lots of questions regarding retirement help. We always refer members to ARPC. Our local leadership wants us to develop local assistance. We are very reluctant to do so. How can members get more support from ARPC? I'm not entirely sure how they can get more support. We are supporting all of our members that reach out to us via MyPERS. Of course, that it's all changed. It looks different than it did 2 years ago because of COVID. Our people started teleworking and we're no longer able to answer the phone. But if somebody absolutely needs to have a phone conversation, they can make that request through MyPERS as well. And in the incident, leave a good contact number. We'll do our best to get back to that person. Is the turnaround time the same for ARTs who need the approved retirement application to submit for civil service? Is that turnaround time different for ARTs? It's not in general, but we do take that into consideration, especially if somebody reaches out to us and says, hey, I've got to have this retirement order for the civil side of my service, then we'll honor that. We do. There's lots of our reserve retirements are technicians as well. So we do take that into consideration. And into the question about certificates, we continuously get requests to produce certificates locally because certificates won't be received prior to ceremony. That is something that will be discussed in depth soon. So I'm not going to go into that. How long does it typically take for the official retirement? Again, another certificate question. I'm going to leave that one to Tech Sergeant Lefebvre to take care of. And thank you, Major Sims, for updating that pizza tracker.
Straight to it. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Tech Sergeant Lefebvre. I'm the NCOIC for the Outbound section, and try and keep this short, simple, to the point, so I can get you guys all on your way. kind of in a nutshell, we'll start right off. Outbound section is responsible for the creation, so printing, packaging, and shipping of a member's retirement artifacts. So that's going to be your retirement certificate, your spousal, if you have one, the presidential certificate of appreciation, the actual American flag, and then lapel pins. So we provide all of those, and we'll mail those out. So as far as timelines, which I know there was a couple questions about that just a few minutes ago. Ideal scenario, of course, all things working smoothly, we would be sending those out basically as soon as the retirement order was published, and it sends us like a ticket down to our section to process. But all things not necessarily normal. We try and make sure that we're always prioritizing those that are going to have an upcoming ceremony date recently. So we want to try and get that documentation out to members. But that's normally 45 days prior. But then normally it falls on if a member has a ceremony or if they don't. If they don't, then we're just going to go based on that retirement date. So for those that do have a ceremony planned, we'll try and get that documentation out to you. Again, if all things were operating normally. Currently, we're actually at a bit of a standstill with certain documents. The presidential certificate of appreciation has actually still not been signed and approved and released. So our section has started to send out partial packages to members. So that's going to contain everything except for that presidential certificate of appreciation. And what we're doing is actually creating a distribution list. So once those are sent out and we do have those in stock, we'll go back and send those to all the members that we've sent out packages to currently. And as far as progress wise, we are working through retirement tickets for effective retirement dates in May of this year. So we've been trying to get caught up with everything else, and those are still kind of our priority as of right now. Make sure I'm not missing anything else. So there was also a question about mock certificates or certificates being able to print locally, and we have that down there at should be our fifth bullet on the slide. So if our certificates will not arrive prior to ceremony, we actually have made available on MyPERS that units can go in, use that link, and actually pull up the certificates and print off essentially mock ones for the members. So you have something at least in the presentation folder at the time of the ceremony. Missing anything else on this slide? So all of our packages, just to back up real quick, all of our packages we're going to send via FedEx or UPS, unless it's going to a PO box or if it's going to places like Guam or anywhere basically outside of the U.S., excluding Hawaii. That can all still be mailed FedEx, UPS, and Alaska as well. So anywhere else besides that, though, it's going to have to go via USPS. And we've been able to get some tracking information on those, but it can be hit or miss. We always try and provide that information to the member, though, if we have that. So then we'll go ahead and head on to our next slide. Just kind of for it to load. So this is really what's the best way that members, units, etc., best way for us to help you by helping us in a way. And that is to just make sure members are going through their retirement application, which was obviously covered before, to make sure all that information shows correct. And then you're also annotating things like down there at the bottom, we have examples of spelling issues. So a lot of the system is just going to pull names. So we encourage folks, if they know they kind of have a unique spelling or there's a chance that the system might mess up on how your information is pulled over into a certificate, just to go ahead and make a comment and send that to us in your MyPERS ticket. Because then that helps us make sure spelling and everything is going to be correct. It's going to show on your actual retirement certificate the way it's intended to, the way it's supposed to. That is correct for both you and your spouse, if applicable. And that way, we're not sending you an incorrect spelled certificate, and then you're not having to reach back out to us to try and get that corrected. So we want to make sure that that's getting done correctly the first time. Other items that I have listed on there, making sure that in the actual retirement application currently, we're trying to get it updated. Still no changes of yet, but there's a section that asks for your spouse's contact information as a POC. That's actually where it's pulling some of the information from to make sure it's on on our end where we're going to see that we're going to print the certificate. If that section's not being filled out, we won't even necessarily know that you have a spouse. So it makes it easy for us as a first glance just to see that, make sure then again, spelling, spacing, all that kind of stuff is done correctly. If you have hyphenations or if there's a space, multiple
capitalization, that kind of thing, just to make sure everything's good to go. We also request, and it's odd that we even see this, but missing information for a mailing address. If you want to make sure that we're getting this to you, please include the entirety of your home mailing address. It just makes sense, right? Also, if you know you're going to be moving after like your retirement ceremony, if you're going to move, or just if you know before your effective retirement date that you will be moving, again, if you can reach out to us via the MyPers ticket that gets generated for your retirement certificates, it just helps us to make sure it gets to you, because there's no guarantee that it's going to arrive and then be forwarded on to your next address. A lot of times that gets sent back to us. So we always want to try and make sure we're getting it to you, in a timely fashion, again, when all things are functioning normally, and we have inventory, no distribution issues with our supply chains. But I'm trying to think if there's really anything else major on that page. Just again, always, if you have questions, comments, concerns, that kind of thing, please reach out. Make sure whenever you're filling out any of your application information, fill it out in its entirety. It always helps us, even if it seems like something small or really unimportant, but it's all important. So we'll go on to our last slide. So this is actually just for members that want a presidential certificate of appreciation, or if they're also going to request a presidential letter of appreciation, which that's applicable to members that have 30 years or more of service. If they don't want one from the current administration, or if they want one in addition to the current administration, so we're going to send that out once that becomes available to us. But these presidential libraries are the contact information for all the different offices of the presidents still living that a member can go to and request either, like I said, the certificate of appreciation or the letter of appreciation if they have that 30 years or more service. And because our office is not able to request these on a member's behalf, the member has to go directly to them. And really, it's just making sure that when you submit the request for any of these, like, provide all the information you think they'll need and then some, just to make sure that because really, if they don't have everything, then they may not necessarily reach back out to you, and then your request just kind of floats out in the middle of nowhere. So again, just always making sure everything's filled out in its entirety. We'll go on to our last slide, which really, again, the total force line that Surgeon Interpreting provided, the 800-525-0102, that'll get you to a technician down in the call center, or again, using the easiest and most direct way, which is to submit a ticket to us via MyPers, or if you know you already have a ticket created and it's currently open, or even if it has closed, you can actually respond in via a message in that, and it'll open that back up for us to see, and it'll provide an update if it's something that's correct. So hopefully I kept that kind of clear and concise enough for everybody, and we'll go to the chat to see if there was any questions.
So there were some questions about getting certificates from past presidents, but that last slide, I think, answered those questions.
We're unable to provide those for anyone besides the current administration.
So you're unable to provide any certificates for presidents other than Biden?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So they contact the library. Right. That's yeah. We have those presidential libraries. So if they want one from President Obama, President Bush, etc.
Sure. I think Sergeant Clark got his NCO speaking. That is Tech Sergeant Fave. So there's one question: are applications assigned to one person process, or are multiple people working on the application?
So for our end, as far as once that retirement order has been created, it creates what we refer to as a child ticket. So it's going to be something that comes into our queue. And then from there, we're able to sort based on retirement date or ceremony date if we with that column. So from there, we have multiple technicians that are working out of the same queue, and we're going all based off the same assorted order to make sure that we're working from the oldest more or less to the newest. And that way we're getting everyone taken care of.
Looking for a MyPers. Okay. Can we see the MyPers link for mock certificates again?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Let me give that just a
I
second.
think he's got what he needs, but it couldn't hurt to go back to that slide.
Right. And it'll take it just a second. But yeah, it's the fifth bullet down there. So. And again, that's for both guard as well as reserves. There are obviously different pairs of tickets for each. So, and that'll be the spouse and the member retirement certificates. So.
All right. I don't see any other questions.
Okay.
I think
Excellent.
we're good shape.
Again, yeah, if anyone has any questions, they need assistance or anything, the best way to reach out for us would be a My First Ticket. So, yeah, hopefully that answered everyone's questions and we're good to go. But yeah, if you have any other questions, anything else, just let us know. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
All right, everybody. Good morning. So I'm going to get us started. This is Mr. Mark Nelson and Major Joe Sims here at ARPC. We want to welcome you for day 2 of our training class. Okay, here's our agenda today. As you can see, we'll just jump right into DEERS shortly. Then we'll have evaluations. Then points will be in to talk. Then our recognitions, awards, and decks. Then our DD 214 section. Then reserve officer promotions at the end of the day. So first off, I'd like to introduce to you Master Sergeant Kelly McCoy-Pulaski, who is our DEERS Project Office expert and SME. I don't know anyone in the world who knows more about DEERS than Kelly does. You're up.
Roger that. Thank you, Mark. Hi, everyone. This is Master Sergeant McCoy-Pulaski. I am the project office for all ARC, which is the Guard and the Reserve. So today we're going to go over how data flows, what we do, our responsibilities, your training in JKO, fraud, pre and post MedCon, ARC death, QLE, which is our quality life event, retirements, some helpful hints, and my purse. We're going to do things a little differently this time around. I would like to get more of your feedback. I want to hear from you guys on some of the subjects that I'm going to talk about today. How the data flows. I get this question quite often on, well, how come we can't update DEERS? Where's the data coming from? What's this? And different things. So it starts with you all. It starts at the unit. Your AROS clerk will either go into AROS and they will update an order, and then that data flows into MilPDS. And from there, it goes to our data liaisons. Our data liaisons go over all that data that has been updated in AROS or MilPDS. And then from there, they validate it to make sure that there's no erroneous data, there's not any errors in the actual data itself, so it's not corrupted. And then that data flows to DMDC. It's pretty much an automated flow, but at the same time, our data liaisons are reviewing that data. And then DMDC takes that data and flows it into DEERS and into MilConnect so that the member themselves can look in MilConnect to verify that their entitlement is there, and or for you all as the site security managers to look in DEERS to see if that data is reflecting. Next slide. So what we do, our office is the primary responsibility for the site security managers and verifying officials at the local ID card facilities. So when you guys send in your corrections, we go over the validity of it. We check for discrepancies and see what resolutions that we can do firsthand right there at the project office. From there, we send that data or your My Purse tickets to our data liaison. If there's an AGR tour that didn't post a contingency order, 31-day orders, whatever they are, those type of things are what we're looking at to verify that all the orders are in there and the fact that we have all the data that we need to send over to our liaison. So they're not searching or scrubbing or doing anything that they don't need to be doing. Our office is also the direct link between AFRIC and DMDC. Our office reviews and determines the sufficiency of the supporting documentation for eligibility. Let's say a member is coming over from RegApp over to the Guard and Reserve. We're looking for the supporting documentation that says there was no break in that service. We assist NGB and AFRIC with our processes and programs, and then they contact us or we contact them to verify discrepancies for clarification. We have a order that we're looking at and the data doesn't look like it's correct on the order, so we'll go over to AFRIC A1RR and we'll verify with them how that information works. Our office grants SSM responsibilities in DEERS after the SSM has taken all their JKO training and everything. We do emergency consumables. That includes the CACs and the USID cards now. We terminate erroneous built records and DEERS. Recently, we've seen where a parent will come to us and they'll say, hey, this child isn't mine, but they're in my DEERS record. So what we do is we will go in, we'll do our investigation, and then we'll terminate that child in DEERS if we find out that the child wasn't really theirs. Former spouse determination. So our office only does ARC determinations. So if you have a member who's RegAF, another branch of service, you can find all that information in Chapter 25 of AFI 363026. But if it has to do with an ARC member, you can send the former spouse or the member to us. We don't take the former spouse determinations from a unit. And that's also in Chapter 3, 3.1, where it says the member or the former spouse must make their initial determination to us. All right, looks like we have our first question.
Hey, Kelly, it's Major Sims. Master Sergeant Shillingford, again, you get the gold star for participation. So this one's from her, for him. In the event the order is mod, will it still flow to DEERS, or do the VO or SSM have to do something in DEERS to see the mod new dates?
So that all depends. So if the order is modified in a timely manner, the data should flow. If it is not and it is past the start date, then there's always some manipulation that our data liaisons need to do. So you can send in a copy of the new order and the modification. If there's a change date, that is what we're having some discrepancies with right now with the start date. So in accordance with the law and the AFI, it states a member can have up to 180 days of pre-alert. So if we have an order that starts in January, and the block 33 for the pre-alert starts in January, the order doesn't start until May, but then for some reason they modify it. So you've already got 5 months there, which is a little less than 180 days. And then they modify the start date to be August. Right now, that's a discrepancy because of the fact that they can only have up to 180 days. So we're working with DMDC and also AFRIC A1 up at half to find out, because we're reading the AFI and the law differently. So we're trying to get a JAG review on that to find out, should that order somehow be not modified, but should it be canceled and recreated so that a new segment starts? So we're having some difficulties with that. But right now, if you do it in a timely manner, then yes, that data should flow to DEERS. If it doesn't, like I always say, there's always that 1% chance it's not going to flow. So you'll have to send in a request with a copy of the orders. Also, if the members are going on, let's say, a school order and then follow it up by the pre-alert, DMDC does not have a way to recapture that pre-alert. So that will require an incident to send in to us with a copy of whatever, or let's just say whatever order interrupted the pre-alert and the pre-alert orders. Does that answer your question, ma'am? Okay, perfect.
Yes, it did. Thanks.
All right, moving on to the next slide. Okay, so there's some questions about the responsibilities of what we do, what the SSMs are allowed to do, and what our ARC responsibilities are at AFRIC. So an SSM can go in and update a dependent SSM, rank, ETS, and you guys give the VO access. Our office will deal with all data discrepancies, which includes, of course, ARC gains if the member is not reflecting in DEERS at the time that they're gained, SSM responsibilities, remove a dependent, which we talked about previously, and BMT accessions. So BMT accessions would be somebody who has not gone to basic training yet, but the record has been in MilPDS for months, but it just didn't flow to DEERS. In that case, what we request is that you send in a copy, because we have to physically build it. DMDC can't build those. So we need their birth certificate, their social security card, Form 4, and a copy of their basic training orders. And then we can build the record completely, and then you can issue them a CAC once we're finished with it. The responsibilities of AFRIC is kind of questionable right now because we're becoming, as an ARPC, we're becoming the BPOs. So we're kind of going back and forth and trying to figure out who's going to have the responsibility of like the policy liaison. But I will tell you that the folks at AFRIC do not have access to DEERS. Only our office does, and DMDC, of course. So that's why we say the data discrepancies will come to us. And then if we have a policy question, we can bounce it back off of A1KK and A1RR. Funding and move request, that is the responsibility of AFRIC because they deal with all the money and they deal with where equipment is and all that kind of stuff. That actually doesn't come through the project office. But if we get incidents in regards to that, we always can give you the information to A1KK and they can help you with that. Next slide. All right, so I just redid my DEERS training just a couple of weeks ago, and I found that this was very interesting. I think it's almost in every slide that they had was in the DEERS training was data. Every data transactions in Rapids is logged. You can be audited to identify the operator who conducted it. If you're not careful with safeguarding your Rapids workstation, protecting a sensitive information, protecting government equipment, you will be held responsible. So I say this because we have had sites over the last couple of months, and I will give you an example on my next slide, where I've had to go in and suspend SSM responsibilities due to some fraud, to different things that are going on. So I just need you guys to understand that when you are manually updating in DEERS, you go in and you put a birth certificate, a marriage certificate, you're updating those informations. Every touch that you make to DEERS is audited. I mean, not audited, but it is captured. So I can't express to you enough that please, 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 when you're doing stuff in DEERS, that you're being mindful, but you're also watching every step that you make, because it has happened where a person has gone in and put the wrong child under somebody else's record, or they've gone in and they've put in the wrong social, and it is so hard to get those socials changed in the system. So I just need you guys to, I know you guys are doing the training and you're doing the best that you can out there, but I've just seen a lot of errors in the last 4 months, and I'm really concerned on some of the things that are going on. Okay, so recently I've had 4 fraud cases, and some of them are very extreme. One SSM contacted a retiree who had not had his retirement order yet, and she went in and updated him to be retired, gave him full benefits, and gave him his USID card. Well, unfortunately for that, he was not retired. He hadn't even applied for retirement at the time that the SSM went into DEERS. And how we caught it was the fact that the member had called in to find out the status of his retirement order, and it had not been processed because the fact he had never applied. So those are things that can be considered fraud. And for those reasons, she was given an LOR and her SSM rights were taken away for 90 days. But they can be stiffer than that. And that goes on to my next case. The next case was we had a site go into DEERS and put a death into DEERS that had not flowed from MilPDS over to there. Gave the widow full benefits to include TRICARE and everything else, but come to find out that the power of attorney that the widow had did not cover after his death. So They went in without a retirement order, went in without proper documentation, and gave her full benefits. So again, that would be another case of not having proper documentation, which the AFI is very clear on. And we ended up having to take the widow's ID card away and tell her she wasn't entitled to benefits because her ex-husband or her husband happened to be a former member. So he wasn't entitled to retirement unless he applied for it, but he has already passed. My last one is probably the biggest one. And I had a person that, I can't go into all the details because it's still in the process right now, but they went into the system and the member had given them paperwork to say that she was married to another female. However, they went into DEERS because it wasn't legal at the time and put in there that she was married to a male. No marriage certificate, no identity documents, anything was in DEERS except for the 1172. So right there, that's fraud with the member and that's fraud with the SSM. So that case is now gone to OSI and it's being investigated there. So I just cannot express to you guys enough that these are 3 major cases just in 4 months. So I need everybody just to be careful of all the things that you guys are doing out there and making sure you have your documentation, because if something comes through and I have to go to DMDC to pull up that information, if it's not there, then that's a suspension of your guys' SSM rights. And I know the commanders aren't going to want that because you guys are doing ID cards every single day. So we just need to be mindful of how we're taking care of our customers. So this has come up over the last couple of months, pre-MedCon and MedCon orders. So it's very important that when a member is on contingency orders, that those orders are curtailed at the time that the member is hurt and comes back. Then they get with their medical clinic and an LOD is processed, and then they can go on pre-MedCon orders. But accordance with the law, which is 10 USC 1074A, the member must be put on the same title and authority that the member was hurt under. The only difference is it's going to be, let's say it's 12301D, and it'll be the H, because that means it's for hospitalization. Member cannot be put on ADOS orders and not put on man days to gap the period of time from when the member went from being on their contingency over to a pre-MedCon. Absolutely can't, because what'll happen is DMDC will stop the whole order because it's considered a conflict. Okay. Thanks, sir. MedCon orders. MedCon orders are the same way. So the pre-MedCon, the LOD gets done, all the paperwork gets sent up to AFRIC and then over to ARC-CMD. When ARC-CMD gets it, they process it. But we've been seeing in our office in ARC-CMD that the pre-MedCon package or the MedCon package that is going up to ARC-CMD is not being done until 2 or 3 days till the end of the member's orders. So there becomes a break. And we can't do bridge orders just so that the member can get their orders. So we have to ensure that we're staying on top of the member to make sure that they're working with the clinic and the clinic is doing their piece, because the only person that always gets yelled at is us, because the fact that they don't have medical benefits, they can't go to their doctor's appointments and all that stuff. So I put the law there so you guys have it. But we've had a couple of cases just recently where the pre-MedCon orders were done and then they were extended, which doesn't happen very often, for 7 days. But then there was an error made by another agency that we deal with that told them they could put them on ADOS orders. And I just want you guys to know that those orders will not flow to DEERS regardless. ARC death benefits. Okay, so, and I bring these things up, guys, because these are things that we're seeing in our office and these are new. So I'm trying to get the most information out to you guys so you know it. So if a member passes on orders that are for a period of 30 days or more, AFPC is the matter of record, not ARPC. So you'll do up the casualty report, and AFPC casualty will update MilPDS, and that data flows to DEERS. Please, 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 please do not curtail the AGR orders or that order or whatever that the member is on. If the orders are curtailed, then the data flows to DEERS that it was an end of tour versus a death. End of tour, there is no benefits at all. There's no TAMP, there's no benefits. Now the widow and their family are without benefits because we went in and curtailed that order. So please, if you're going in, just let the data flow, and the data will update DEERS, and then everything will flow properly. And then the surviving spouse and their children will get 3 years of TRICARE for free. And then after that, they pay a TRICARE retiree fee, which is like that 560, or depending on if they're single, then it's the 310, I think it is, for the retiree fee. However, if the widow ever remarries, she loses that entitlement. The children don't, unless of course they're adopted, but the children keep the benefit until they're aged out. Now, recently we just had this issue where the member passed away as a traditional reservist. That becomes an ARPC issue. We update MilPDS and the data flows to DEERS. In accordance with the Jody, the dependents are still entitled to a USID card, which is commissary and BX privileges. But this is the hard part. So they're only entitled to TRICARE Reserve Select for 6 months after the death, but they have to be enrolled in TRICARE Reserve Select at the time of death. They can't enroll into it at the time of death. Also, if a member serves 20 years of service and they retire, then the family is entitled to TRICARE Retired Reserve until they would reach age 60. So I've had some cases where the member is in hospice and they say they want to make sure that their family is entitled to the TRICARE benefit. So what we do is we go in and we have retired them out, and then they're still on TRICARE Retired Reserve on the time of, their death. They go through hospice, a couple weeks later, they pass away. Now the family all has TRICARE benefits until the member would have turned age 60. So that's something that we recently found out in the office. However, if a member is a traditional reservist and they do pass away and they did not have TRICARE at the time of death, then the dependents would have to wait until the member would have turned age 60 to receive the actual TRICARE benefit. But they'll still get their USID card to get on base until the member would have turned age 60. Quality of life event. So in accordance with NDAA of 2018, this law changed to say that every single time you change your personnel category, you have 90 days to re-enroll back into TRICARE. So if you got married during that time, you had a child, you got divorced, you have 90 days to get into TRICARE and enroll. That's TRICARE Reserve Select, TRICARE Retired Reserve, and or regular TRICARE. If you do not, I hate to say this, but there is no exceptions. TRICARE will not allow you after the 90-day period. I'm talking, this is birth of a child, and they will not, there is no exceptions to that policy. So open season is always right around the 14th to 20th of every year of November and December. But again, if you don't meet the quality of life event, then you would have to wait till open season. And then open season is that one little block, and then you'd be locked out again. I did see a question.
In order for ARPC to update MilPDS, a death certificate must be present, correct? I don't know if this was something that could be updated with an interim death certificate. Please advise.
That would be a casualty question, and unfortunately, I can't speak on that behalf. You could send a message to Master Sergeant Jason Burbach. All right, so retirements. I've had a lot of people talk to me about retirements and creating ID cards. The only thing I will tell you that I'm adamant about is having the supporting documentation. You either have the EK order, the AGR order, the RRPA, which of course doesn't include medical, or the age 60 order. If you have that documentation, you can update DEERS. However, I want you all to know that in the big picture, DMDC doesn't want that to happen. What they'd rather have you do, especially when it comes to the AA and both of the EL orders, what they're trying to do is ensure that DFAS does their part and gets that information. So once a member starts pay, ARPC is out of that realm. We have nothing to do with marriage, death, pay, or any of that information. That all goes through DFAS because DFAS becomes the matter of record for that information. So I know that's been a question in the past when it comes to that, but the only thing I'm concerned about is the supporting documentation, making sure that you have the retirement order in hand. On our next brief.
The next one's in September.
In September. Okay. So in September, what we are going to try to accomplish is I am going to do some updates in DEERS, and I'm going to try to do some type of video chat because the RRPAs and doing the age 60s, those have become some issues where the drop downs are confusing to our SSM. So what I'm going to try to accomplish is doing 2 of those retirements and showing you exactly what block that you should be dropping down to use when it comes for a person who is eligible for the reduced retired pay application, due to the fact that they're not eligible for medical. So it's just one of those things that I'd like to do some like actual tutorials. I'm also going to set up a email address. It's going to just be for when issues arise, which we're going to talk about at the end of the briefing. When issues arise for DEERS and Rapids, the system goes down, I'm going to have a org box for information flowing out to you all, not coming in, because that's what my purse is for. But when you guys, when our systems go down, and which it does often, we'll send you out information. Also, there is the Air Force does a newsletter, and I'd like to get that out to you guys as well. So we'll go over that in just a second. These are 2 links, and I know that I've seen a lot of messaging on Facebook in regards to the project office. They're being mean when they're sending back my incidents. This dynamic form has been out and publicized for over 2 years. So if we're getting incidents in and your folks are still using contact us, and I've already gone back to them like 5 times, and I've asked them, please, can you use this link instead? I really mean, can you please use this link instead? And if you go to the next slide, so if you guys can see this, these are the reasons why I'm asking you to use this link instead. So if you look at this, it has everything you could possibly need to contact us. It has, if you are the FSS, more than likely you're not asking a question for yourself. You're asking for your FS or for one of your members. So in that top block, you're going to put in there member social. You're going to put that the component, of course, is Air Force Reserve. And then I couldn't do a picture of the drop downs, but the drop downs are going to be SSM request, ARC gains, DEERS issues, AGR issues, and pre and post TRICARE are the most common issues. If you look on here, it says attach supporting documents in a single PDF. Your pre and post TRICARE. So if a member is on orders, and like I said previously, they're on orders like a school order and then went on a contingency order, we ask that you send in all those orders. I do have access to AROS, but if I have to go in and check AROS 30 to 40 different times a day, it's easier when you guys can send me in the orders. And so that's what I ask you guys to do. If a member is transferring from another component, it tells you exactly what you need to add in there. It tells you REGAF to the reserve. We request that you send in the 100, the DD-214, 1288. If it's an officer, their assignment order. And for the Form 4, it is just the most recent Form 4. So even if it was from 3 years ago, we still need to see that Form 4. And then I've been getting a lot of career data briefs, virtual MPF. This says here we need the MIL-PDS Officer Enlisted Personnel CERF, because what we're looking for is that the DAS and the ADISA date both match the members 1288. And so the next one on that list is also if the member is transferring from another component. I know it's difficult, but the reason we ask for all this documentation is because the fact that if our data liaison sends the data to DMDC and it can't be fixed, DMDC makes us submit what's called a DEERS web request. We call it a DWR, and they ask for all this documentation. So we're not trying to be difficult, but it's what DMDC is requesting. So if it's another component coming over to the ARC, we ask that it's either, we have to have the 368 because it's just like the 1288. The 368 is the conditional release. That conditional release, just so you know, is just to say, hey, we're willing to release him. But that doesn't mean that he's discharged. So more than likely, the member is going to have to take their new DD Form 4 and their 368 and go back to their previous unit and saying, hey, I have enlisted in a new branch of service. Here is my documentation. And from that, the member should get their discharge order from that component. If they were active duty, then we're going to need their DD-214. We're going to need the discharge order. Now, if they have a DD-214, that's a suffice. We don't need the discharge order on top of that. We need your assignment order or your Form 4. And again, we need the MIL-PDS CERF. The MIL-PDS CERF is important because it shows the DAS and ADISA date. If those dates are not one for one, like 15 January, then, and one of them does say 23 January, well, that will cause the member not to be gained properly. And then that DAS or ADISA date needs to be fixed. SSM request, those come through our office. You can use this link as well. And I didn't have enough room, but there's also one in there for the consumable request. So if you guys are going to send in one for the USID card or for the CACs, then you send them in to this link as well. You just fill out the form from bio, send it in, and we'll get that taken care of. But I really cannot stress to you enough that the link that I send back to your folks, if it's the first time, I'll send them a link saying, hey, in the future, we're not accepting, regular tickets that are coming from ask a question. I'll give it 1 or 2 times, but after that, I will send a message back saying this is not the correct way to send in your forms. Like I said, this is our trackability to see what kind of trends that we are having. Are we having trends with the ARC gains? Are we having issues with AGR members? So this is our way for our folks to go out, just like you can do to track how many ID cards that you guys do from CACs or USIDs. This is our way to track what you guys are sending in to us. So we can get with our data liaisons and saying, hey, we're seeing way more ARC gains than we've ever seen before. All right, so I put out all the AFIs and the DOTI, Mill Connect, ID card online, your TRICARE, and I wanted you guys to have all this information as a quick guide so you guys can have all of this. But at the same time, if you ever have questions in regards to MIL-PDS, IPR, TRICARE guides or any of that stuff, all that stuff can be found on MyPERS. It's got some really good information out there that they've built over the years. Your AFI, of course, has a lot of information as well. I do want to say one thing. I got an email yesterday from DMDC in regards to the RSVCC codes are reflecting as IRR and having everything zeroed out. This is a known issue at DMDC. I brought it up about a month ago because I was getting little tickets here and there about it. Well, now we're up to like 80 some tickets at DMDC. I'm working on it. This is one of the things that's one of the things I want to give you. So this is something that once I get this resolved, I would like to send this out to all the SSMs that are out there. I do have one big favor. I'm going to give this email out, but what I would like you guys to do for me is just send a response back to the email with your only primary, and or your org box. And then once we get this problem fixed with DMDC, I can send you out an email to say, hey, this is what we have from them. And then we can go from there. Please, please, please. I want to get this stuff out there, but please don't send regular information out in this email in regards to, hey, I have this case and I haven't seen anything with me. Can you please give me an update? Because that's not what this is for. This is for us to send out information and or for us to get you guys more involved in some of the things that are going on that's out there. Like I said, from the standpoint of the newsletter. And I'm working on that email right now. Okay, so now's your question and answer part. So start hitting me with your questions.
Okay, this one comes from Gina Rogers. If someone's ID card expires in July, how does DEERS know that the ID will be extended according to the new guidance?
Okay, so good question. So we just recently got information. They're going to do the same thing that they did last year. They're going to automatically extend both or extend those that data into DEERS. So if the member goes to the doctor or they're trying to come on base for DBIDs, all of that will be manually in the background to show that that member still has that benefit.
Does anybody have any more? I'm the only SSM at my site and I don't have access to the VIOS site.
One-time deal, send me an email and ask for us to look into that for you. It should be an easy fix for that to happen because because that one's an easy one. And you've tried it and did you call DMDC to ask them on that? Again, please, just your primary SSM. I want to be able to get you guys the most current information that is out there, especially with this big issue that's going on with Rapids right now and the codes that are in there.
Thanks very much, Kelly.
Not a problem.
Appreciate it
Thanks,
very
Mark.
much.
Thanks, Major Sims. You guys rock.
All right, folks. Our next briefers are going to be from our performance evaluations folks.
Hello, everybody. My name is Staff Sergeant Wesley Thatcher. I'm here with my alternate Tech Sergeant Bradley Lawyer. And today we're going to go over the performance evaluations. Starting off with the overview, we're going to be going over the common evaluation areas, the evaluation backlog, officers promotion boards, and our recent updates. Now for the common errors directed by HAF in particular, some of the mistakes we are receiving regarding DPH, short for directed by HAF, is members submitting one due to a change in status, for example, non-EAD to become an AGR, and starting the report on the day of promotion instead of starting it a day after their last closed out report. Directed by HAF is only required if a promotion or demotion occurs and there is more than 24 months, 12 months for AGR from the last evaluation and the static closeout date for the new rank. Moving on to our A1C and below guidance, EPRs A1Cs, EPRs are no longer required for personnel in the grade of air with less than 36 months time in service. Senior airman initial reports will be the first report for an airman that does not have any prior service time with another branch of service. The start date for the initial report will be the DIAS, short for Date Initial Entry Uniform Service. The date will be the first Senior Airman SCOD, which is 31 March, and with the appropriate SCOD year. That the member is reflecting the rank of Senior Airman. For these reports, the reason for a report will always be initial. Most of the initial reports will exceed 24 months. Moving on to the referral reports. The first bullet there, signature dates. The common mistakes for the dates are the date the rater signs the evaluation and the date of the referral memorandum must be the same date in accordance with AFR 36-2406, paragraph 1.10.5.1.1. The rating official signing after the referring official, usually the additional rater, cannot sign until 3 duty days for AGR or 30 calendar days for non-EAD. After the rater has signed the referral MFR in accordance with AFI 36-2406, paragraph 1.10.5.3. And that's basically when the rater signs the acknowledgement box on the MFR itself. Okay. Now for the mandatory comments that you see on the slides, if the ratee provided comments such as a rebuttal, please enter the statement, I have carefully considered. You input the ratee's name, comments to the referral documents, and the date should be the date when the rater signs it. You input that date, and that should be in the, I believe, is it section 7 of block 2 of the additional rater? Yes. Ensure that this date is the, not the evaluation. Okay. Sorry, folks. Please give me a minute to pre-read this so I don't end up repeating myself. Okay. So please ensure that the additional rater signing after the rater has waited that period to sign, which is going to be 3 duty days for AGR or 30 calendar days for non-EAD. That start date will start once the rater acknowledges the MFR itself. Once the rater acknowledges that the MFR, then that period of report that I mentioned will start the time. And even if the rater says that they're not going to write a rebuttal, you will still have to wait that period of reports, which is going to be 3 duty days for AGR or 30 calendar days for non-EAD. The other mandatory statement is comments from the rater were requested but will not receive within the required period. This is only when the rater has decided not to write a rebuttal for their referral EPR. Then for the evaluation for normal processing in accordance with AFI 36-2406, paragraph 1.10.5.3.2.2.2. Please note these comments are mandatory, therefore whichever comment is applicable to the referral EPR you are submitting must reflect accordingly. Now moving on to the prohibited statements, we're going, members are not allowed to input fitness scores on an EPR unless the individuals did not meet fitness standards and is receiving a referral EPR in accordance with AFI 36-2406, paragraph 1.4.10.3. Please note, comments regarding unit fitness achievements are authorized for airmen who have a key role in the overall success of unit physical training programs, such as PTLs, UFPMs, etc. Now, for the officers report for PME, raters cannot recommend officers for specific schools, including joint DE. Only the terms PDE, IDE, and SDE are authorized. The appropriate venue for the specific school recommendation is through the annual development education process in accordance with AFI 36-2406, paragraph 3.16.4.4. Please note BDE, RSSB, SOS, AWC, and ACSC are all prohibited PME statements. Continuing our common errors for the period report, please make sure the period report is matching with the projected line in MilPDS, but also verify with your CSS, as the MilPDS projections can sometimes be incorrect. It is important to understand that reports always need to start the day after the last closeout report and end on an applicable SCOD or the day before promotion. Missing rater, ratee signature block. Please make sure to have the ratee sign and date in cases where the ratee refuses or is unavailable to sign. Any evaluator signing the evaluation is authorized to select no, not available, or ratee refuse, and that's one of our drop-down options. In section 11? Section 12? Yeah, section 11. From the drop-down menu in the ratee's acknowledgement block, whichever is applicable, and then sign the evaluation on their behalf in accordance with AFI 36-2406, Table 3.1, Section 8, Item 39, officers, and 4.17.4 for enlisted. Please note, if the member is not available or refuses to sign their evaluation, the rater will suspend the ratee 3 duty days AGR or 30 calendar days non-EAD to sign the evaluation. Only after that suspense can someone from the rating chain can sign on behalf of the member in accordance with AFI 36-2406, paragraph 4.17.5. Now for Air Force Form the 911, section 9, most common mistake about this section in particular is that people are submitting this blank. So this section is considered mandatory and must be completed by an applicable squadron, group, or wing commander in accordance with AFI 36-2406, table 4.10. Moving on to the next slide for our evaluation backlog. The total inventory is 53,537 in July of 2018 to 18,537 as of 24 May 2021. Current processing time is 38 to 48 days. Our backlog for evaluation submitted 30 plus days ago is about 10,580 as of 24 May 2021. Now, the factors that play into our backlog are more often than not due to our system issues. We are currently in the process of migrating MilPDS to a new platform as well as MyPERS. Our return to rater percentage is roughly around 25%, which means that the reports are having to be submitted at least twice for our technicians to review before it processed for completion. Now, for our new auto push system that allow ARPC to decrease the backlog, auto push only works 20% of the time due to data errors and requires the need for the FSS to review. Moving on to the officers' promotion boards. At this time, we are only expediting reports if they are for officers that are meeting a promotion board and have a board ID. We respectfully request that all inquiries pertaining to expediting be limited. It is almost important to know that when a promotion board is coming up, we do preliminary scrub all eligible members meeting the board to ensure that their reports are in their records in time. This is generally done between 3 to 6 weeks before the board. However, if you are still requesting it to be expedited, please submit a MyPeers ticket with the EVR number and the applicable board ID. Now, for our recent updates, the Air Force 911 education block, the CCAF degree no longer is necessary as long as you have a 2-year degree from an accredited college completed prior to the SCOD. Members just has to be enrolled to a senior NCOA prior to the SCOD, continuing off the 911. Now, for the beginning with the Staff Sergeant SCOD, 31 Jan 2019, met some but not all expectations, will not make the report an automatic referral. And you can please make sure you use the new form, version 4 of the 910 found in EPUBs. In addition of the directory comment on the EPR constitute a referral. So what that means is if there's a directory comment on there, that will reflect the EPR or OPR to be a referral report. Now, due to the current COVID restrictions, the in-person annual training program has been replaced by a monthly virtual training for the field via Teams, and this happens every third to last of each month. So our next training for July 21st is about the Air Force 77 referral process. And we will make sure we provide links for that if you are willing to attend that meeting. Please note that all virtual trainings are being recorded and will be uploaded on YouTube and DVids, so you can always check out our past training to make sure you want to learn more about our virtual training, because we did training on about the referral process, how to fill out Air Force 707s, Air Force 910, Air Force 911, Air Force 912, etc. And now I will open the floor for questions, comments, and concerns from the audience.
I've got to have questions.
Wait, can they see my face?
No.
Okay, good. Because I look nervous.
No questions? Got one in the chat, but I answered. Yeah, I'll take care of it. So when they register, I ask, do you have any questions you'd like to see addressed in here? It says reviewing. Let's do this one, and then we got one in the chat.
Okay.
Reviewing changes to EPR routing, solicit processes for transferring to another base, 1288 routing timelines, and any changes with retirement process. So
that's like a very specific question.
Review changes to EPR routing, solicit processes for transferring to another base. So if somebody's transferring to another base, how does the EPR get routed? Oh, okay. All right, now I get it. So unmute yourself to take the. Yeah. All right. And start to say the question.
All right, so the question that I have is reviewing changes to EPR routing. So it means if another person goes to a base or a different base, how do we route the EPR? So that usually happens in-house. We can manually do it here, but there's a way where you can go into MyPeers and look for the person's supervisor or wherever you send it to and send it directly to them. In the case that a person is changing units or bases, and it gets to us, ARPC already, and we can, if everything is correct, we still can process it. But if we need to change it and route it to the specific base, we can. But the people at the unit can also do it.
There's two in the chat there. One's from. Go ahead. Oh.
Just in case people have the same question.
So for Veronica Gomez, question is for non-rated EPRs, does the member need to have a non-rated memo with the evaluation? So you don't have to have the memo. What we check to see about the non-rated days and the coordination once you're routing through my PERS, like to the leadership and within your unit. In the coordination, you have to put the reason, not specifically, but the reason why they have non-rated days. For example, if a person was going through something, you can put in the coordination through my PERS and say, member has been going through hard times or anything like that. This is why this member has non-rated days, and that's all we need. We don't need an actual memo for that. And to Mandy, yes, such as a traumatic life event. To Mandy, to confirm the ticket in my PERS with the yes. So and the ticket with the EVR numbers, you put those EVR numbers for the member that you're trying to process. We open a question ticket, which we have to answer from 3 to 5 business days, and we'll just get that process for you. Right now, with the processing time is 38 days. So when we have a question ticket, we usually get to those first. So I haven't heard, to Mandy, I haven't heard of this issue about getting the GAP report submitted through the 77 link. So we can't submit it as an eval. The reason being the nomenclature in Prada or ARMS, it has to be submitted as a 77 or else it'll be incorrect in the member's record. So, and we can't manually change that once we receive it here in my PERS. So it has to be submitted as a 77. I haven't heard of this issue, so I would try to find an answer for you as soon as possible. Get on that. So we have trainings every month. Let me go back up to Veronica Gomez. We have trainings every month. The next training will be July 21st. I think at 11. Yeah, at 11. So yeah, Mountain Standard Time, and that'll be on referrals. So the previous months we've been having eval trainings also, which is on YouTube and DViz. So is there a way we can put the link out there for that?
It's the link to our YouTube page is the first slide. Or it's not that there's the ROEs, but I'll send out that information. Whatever we have these folks do.
All right. Sounds good.
Yep.
What else? Makes sense. Any other questions? We haven't been doing any in-house training because of COVID, of course, but we've had some people who were doing AT here just last week, and since they were here, we did a small training, gave them some information that they can take home. So if you could come to the unit, come to ARPC, and if we got some time, we can slot a time and get a training going.
Something they may be interested in, how do they know about when the evals training is coming out? I know that Sergeant Van Horn sends it through A1.
Yep. So the trainings that we do have, I believe prior to the trainings, they either do it through the A1 up, or Sergeant Van Horn sends it out to the leadership in the ARC. So I think, is there another avenue we use?
It's on our social media. We'll promote it through Facebook.
And also, if you go onto my PERS, it should be one of the things you see on the main page.
But it's pretty much the third Thursday every month or something like that. Is that third Wednesday? Third Wednesday. That's what we expect.
Would you do so unfortunately, we usually don't do it over the UTA weekends. I don't know if that's something we can schedule, so I had to talk to my leadership about that. Let me write this one down, sorry.
Veronica Gomez is here in Buckley too.
Okay. All right, I'll be sure to get you an answer on that. We also have some what's the word I'm looking for? Different trainings on our shared drive that we can probably send you, that you can probably brief the members at UTA. I don't know if that'll help, but we do have some different trainings that'll probably be helpful. All right, I'll be sure to send you that.
The other one was Senior Master Sergeant Walker from the 926.
All right.
We're gonna go up to see. Stand by and I'll get you a link.
Any last minute questions before we head out?
YouTube channel, you don't go get paid. Yeah, just come back at that time. Just close it out. Mark. Okay. All right, guys. Well, what we're going to do is unless there's any other questions or any final things for our evals, guys, if there are, we can get to them later. We can certainly get those questions to them if they come up later. All right.
Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Technical Sergeant Brandy Blea, and I will be providing the participation and points management briefing today.
Talk about this question. Just say that.
So I just wanted to let you all know that we did receive the question regarding submitting a BCMR and in regards to the higher tenure being fast approaching. So what I would suggest, because I'm not quite certain regarding the higher tenure process, what I would suggest is that whoever is questioning this, please send a MyPers incident, and that way one of our senior civilians or the lead training tech can field that question and get you an accurate answer.
Cool.
So this is an overview of everything that I will be briefing today. We're going to be discussing the responsibilities both at headquarters ARPC and at the unit level. We're going to go over the various law, regulation, and policies that govern our process. We'll be discussing the anniversary date, formerly referred to as the R&R date. We're going to be discussing point categories, maximum points credible for retirement, satisfactory service, creditable service, non-credible service. We'll be discussing the PCARS printout in depth. We'll also be going over the common service history status codes. We'll be discussing the 2 CMS cases that headquarters ARPC is responsible for processing. We'll also be discussing the BCMR process and current trends and topics. Our first topic of discussion is the responsibilities both at headquarters ARPC and at the unit level. Here at headquarters ARPC, we are responsible for building and maintaining service history and points for all Guard and Reserve members. We fix points for years prior to the current year. We are responsible for manually updating any distributed learning, non-paid points, and any points that may have rejected in the pay system. We integrate counterpart service points and service history. We also support units and members with any anniversary date, PCARS, or over 4 enlisted inquiries. We're also considered the subject matter experts for any AFIPS and promotion board inquiries. At the unit level, you all are responsible for reviewing and updating members' points for the current anniversary year. This will include the 60 days following the member's anniversary date. One thing that we see at the unit level is AGR Stat Tour members' points are not always updating. If this is the case, please reach out to headquarters ARPC PCARS via MIPERS. We have a standard text with instructions on how to correct their records. We ask that personnel at the unit level encourage members to review their point history every month following drills and prior to changing components. These are the various law, regulations, and policies that govern our process. The biggest change is to the Air Force Manual 36-2136. The Air Force Manual combined the last AFI versions 1, 2, and 3 into one Air Force Manual. One of the changes is to the ECI points. ECI points will now be divided by 4 instead of 3 per contact hour. So for each point, you have to do 4 hours of study hours to get 1 ECI credit point. Also, Air National Guard Instruction 36-2001 and DODI 1215.06 and AFI 36-2254, Volume 1, recently increased the number of authorized AFTPs from 48 to 72 per FY per member, and ATPs from 30 to 36 per FY per member. What is an anniversary date? It is the foundation for calculating retirement points and retirement eligibility. Starting 1 October 1995, the anniversary date is established on the date the service member enters into active service or active status in the reserve component. This will include any delayed entry time. The anniversary date is only adjusted for breaks in service. The anniversary date is established by the date you enter military service. We utilize the DD Form 4 as a reference. An anniversary year begins on one day of 1 year and ends on the preceding day of the next year. For example, if the initial date of enlistment was 1 July 2020, then the R&R year would conclude on 30 June 2021. This slide highlights a complete list of the various point categories. Active duty. Credit active duty service at the rate of 1 retirement point per day of active service. And active duty for training. 1 retirement point for each attendance at an IDT period or period of equivalent instruction. Essentially, 1 point for every 4 hours worked, not to exceed 2 points in any 1 calendar day. Funeral honors duty. 1 retirement point for each day in which a service member performs funeral honors duty for at least 2 hours. Distributed learning. A service member receives 1 retirement point for every 4 hours of distributed learning per DODI 1215.07. Membership points. A maximum of 15 retirement points per year for reserve component members in an active status. Membership points are prorated for partial years in accordance to DODI 1215.07 Table 2. Maximum points credible for retirement. This slide is for everything other than the active duty column on the PCARS SURF. Maximum inactive duty credit applies to a combination of IDT plus distributed learning plus membership points. This formula equates to the max IDT creditable. 130 points is the maximum IDT credit for anniversary years closing on or after October 30th, 2000. A maximum of 365 retirement points or 366 retirement points in a leap year may be credited for any anniversary year. Distributed learning references. Any distributed learning inquiries need to be submitted to headquarters ARPC via MyPers. Please include any applicable documentation to the incident for the ARPC PCARS technicians to complete the audit. Air Force Manual 36-2136, Chapter 10, Section 2.2, Advanced Distributed Learning, refers to reservists who complete developmental education via ADLS. You have to register for each course through their Force Support Squadron or equivalent in order to receive point credit. Reservists are only authorized to complete other service developmental education via ADLS after first completing the comparable level of Air Force developmental education. Reservists are not authorized to enroll directly with other service schools offering developmental education. Any developmental education completed by using such means will not be creditable for points. Satisfactory service. A year of satisfactory federal service for retirement is awarded when a member earns at least 50 points, including any membership points for the entire anniversary year. You have to actually complete the entire calendar year. So if you separate a day before, you won't get a satisfactory year, even though you have the max points for the year. A partial year of satisfactory federal service for retirement is awarded when a member earns a minimum number of required points. This will include any prorated membership points during a partial anniversary year. This only applies when a member ends their active commitment and has a civilian break prior to their anniversary date. Credit for partial years of service. There are 2 slides that I'll be going over. The first slide is the number of points needed for a good partial year. A service member with a break in service must meet the minimum retirement point requirements per DODI 1215.07 to earn a partial qualifying year. For instance, if you work 0 to 8 days in an active duty status, you'll need at least 1 point in order to have a good year. For partial years, we always suggest to follow up with the retirement department with any questions or concerns. This second chart highlights the prorated membership points for partial years. Members need to have worked at least 13 days in an active status in order to receive 1 membership retirement point for any partial year. As long as a member is in either an active duty or IRR status, membership points will be accrued based on the number of days indicated in Table 2 of DODI 1215.07. This is a list of all credible service components. Basically, any points that are earned while in either of these categories will be included in your PCARS cert. This is a list of non-credible service. No points will be earned for any time spent in a non-credible status. We often receive inquiries regarding the retired reserve. This is the period of time following your retirement and you have your 20 satisfactory service years, but you're put into a retired reserve status, which pretty much means that you can be recalled. During this time, you're not considered a civilian, but you're not required to participate either. It's basically a gray area between retiring up until you get paid at age 60. There is a special passcode that you will put into during this time. This is a screenshot of a PCARS computer printout, the GR Both Serve. Looking at the top left of the printout, the anniversary date is recorded in month, date format. When looking at the record status section at the top right, you want to see either a 47 or a 44. If you see anything else, something is wrong and needs to be corrected. For instance, if you see a 41, it means that there is an incomplete PCARS data capture. If you see an 80, this indicates a lost point date, which means no points are being recorded to the member's PCARS record. If you need assistance with any of these, please send ARPC PCARS a MyPERS incident and we can assist you with correcting the member's record. TAFMS is your total active federal military service. Your TAFMS will be displayed in year, month, day format. This basically highlights the total number of days spent in an active duty status throughout your career. Retirement points. I discussed max points on the previous slide. Whenever a member receives points over the 130 max, you will see a difference between the total and retirement columns. In this example, the total column has more points than the retirement column because at some point during one of the member's anniversary years, the maximum amount of points were received. Everything after the 130 maximum will not count towards their retirement points. This could be due to an IDT cap or a max year cap, or if you're an AGR on 365 orders and you complete ECI, the ECI points will not count towards your anniversary year. Please encourage your members to review their PCARS summary. If there is a difference between these two columns, remind them at some point during any one of their anniversary years, max points were reached, and any points over the max will not count towards retirement. Satisfactory service highlights the number of years of satisfactory service a member has completed throughout their entire military career. The service component codes will be discussed on the following slide. Current year point categories. 1 through 5 are active duty points. Point category 6 is an AFTP point. Point category 7 is a paid IDT point. Point category 8 is a non-paid IDT point. Point category 9 are distributed learning points. The information in the center of the page are the year-by-year service history, which separates all of your service history by anniversary years. These service history status codes are primarily important for ARPC PCARS technicians to know. However, this could also be nice to know at the unit level when reviewing a PCARS GR Both Serve. These are the various codes that you will see in the history status column on the PCARS computer printout. There are two types of CMS cases that ARPC PCARS is responsible for processing. The first CMS case type that I'll be discussing are the over 4 enlisted, often referred to as O4E. Over 4 enlisted qualifications. Eligible officers will be in grades 01 through 03. Service members must accrue at least 1,461 retirement points as a warrant officer or enlisted member prior to their commission date in order to satisfy the over 4 years of service requirements. The over 4 enlisted pay and point adjustment process is as follows. The member's CSS or FSS will submit a CMS case to DFAS-RC Indianapolis with an oath of office, Air Force Form 133, and a copy of the member's GR both serve. DFAS-RC Indianapolis will refer the CMS case to ARPC 04E for further action. ARPC 04E verifies member accrued 1,461 retirement points prior to their commission date. We'll then update the over 4E flag in MIL-PDS. Once we've updated the 04E flag in MIL-PDS, we are responsible for referring the CMS case back to DFAS for final pay record adjustment. The second CMS case type that ARPC PCARS is responsible for processing are the AFTP CMS cases. As I mentioned previously, regulations have recently increased the number of authorized AFTPs from 48 to 72 per FY per member. However, there are system limitations that are preventing any AFTP points above the previous 48 limitations to be processed. The workaround that has been established requires a CMS case to be referred to ARPC PCARS. We ask that you only submit a CMS case to ARPC PCARS when service members have already exhausted their initial 48 AFTPs. ARPC PCARS requires a digitally signed military pay order, a DD Form 114, in order to process the AFTP points. The military pay order, DD Form 114, needs to specify AM or PM when only one period is needing to be updated. The AFTP pay and point adjustment process is as follows. The member servicing CSS or FSS will submit a CMS case to ARPC PCARS with military pay order, DD Form 114, and authorization for individual inactive duty training, NGB Form 105S. ARPC PCARS will manually process points for AFTPs and refer the case back to the point of origin for case close actions. This slide is for common CMS case issues that we see. ARPC points management will not process any over 4 enlisted O4E CMS cases that are not initially routed through DFAS. The reason for this is because the over 4 enlisted CMS cases are pay affecting. DFAS needs to be included in the routing process. The only CMS cases that ARPC points management processes through CMS are AFTP and O4E cases. All other point-related inquiries must be routed through MIPERS. This includes service history initial audits, ECI points, or any other miscellaneous point inquiries. Please ensure that the MIPERS incident includes a detailed explanation and any source documentation applicable to the issue. Oftentimes, CMS cases are referred without the required source documentation. The documents are either not filled out correctly, missing a digital signature, or missing entirely from the CMS case. There are times when the source documentation is submitted for the wrong person. Please make sure that the documents are for the correct member when they're uploaded into CMS. I wanted to dedicate I wanted to dedicate a slide specifically to the most common CMS issues that we see, because oftentimes when the CMS cases come through with missing or inaccurate source documentation, it causes unnecessary routing back and forth between ARPC PCARs and the units, which ultimately delays the member's service history from being updated in a timely manner. Board for correction of military records. Prior to submitting a BCMR, we ask that you exhaust all other remedies first. Oftentimes, errors can often be corrected administratively. Historically, greater than 30% of the BCMRs that are submitted to ARPC PCARs are first attempts at resolution. Please contact Headquarters ARPC Points Management via MIPERS before submitting a BCMR. As a reminder, a BCMR is a last resort. Once a BCMR is initiated, ARPC PCARs technicians are unable to assist until the BCMR is resolved. Trends and topics. New update regarding non-paid points. Air Force Manual 36-2136, non-paid points must be processed into UTABs or by members servicing personnel office within MIL-PDS no later than 2 months after the member's R&R closeout to be credited for satisfactory service. However, as long as a MIPERS incident is submitted prior to the member's anniversary closeout, ARPC Points Management will update accordingly. Members transferring components. Air National Guard to United States Air Force Reserve and vice versa. Records will close and will no longer accrue points until ARPC PCARs manually fixes. Gaining units need to check points for record status code 80, which indicates a MIPERS ticket needs to be submitted to ARPC PCARs management for correction. Trends and topics continued. Please provide members a copy of their final point summaries, the GR both serve, prior to retiring or separating. Make sure members know they need to keep this document for life. We ask that you please do not call or email ARPC Points Management technicians directly. Instead, we ask that you submit a MIPERS incident for additional assistance. Please ensure the member or the unit includes a contact phone number in the event that we have to reach out directly. Payday inquiries. It would be ideal if the FSS and the CSS can work together when gaining new members to pull a GR both serve in order to determine if the member has service history. If there is no service history, please confirm if the member has prior service and/or a break in service, or is enlisting without any prior service. Oftentimes, when we are processing initial audits, it can be difficult to locate the member's prior service documentation. This ultimately delays our process. We are kindly requesting that the units help assist our office in being proactive by requesting prior service documentation and uploading the source documents into MIPERS when forwarding initial audit requests. Record check reminder. This email reminder goes out 120 days prior to an anniversary date. This message will not go out to people on active duty orders. Please let your folks know if they are not on active duty orders and they are not receiving this reminder 120 days prior to their anniversary date. They should reach out to their servicing personnel office and verify that their email address is current within MIL-PDS. We try to emphasize this as much as possible because when members don't check their points, they are not getting the credit for the duty that they have performed. This concludes my participation in points management briefing. I'd like to open up the floor for any questions.
We go back to the PCAR slide with all the bubbles and arrows activated. It's always a popular one.
Okay. Any specific questions regarding the PCARS computer printout?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sergeant Brown, and today I'll be briefing you guys on recognitions. So here's just an overview of a couple of things we'll be going over today. We have our recognitions team, references we use, team responsibilities and services we provide, and how you can help us and how you can help the customer. So here's our recognitions team. We actually have 2 RPAs here, which are just reservists coming to help us out with our workload. We also have 2 active duty members who are here permanently, along with 2 guard members who are here permanently as well, 2 IMAs and 1 civilian. References. Here's just references that we use to do anything or to complete anything that happens to be awards and decorations related. The main ones that we normally use on a daily basis are our PSD guides, our AFMAN 36-2806, and the Tug and Quill. And here's just a couple more references that we use. You can actually look up these references with the ID number if you go to the MyPERS website and use the search bar to search up these numbers here as well. Our responsibilities here at ARPC are to answer any high-level congressional tickets, along with any BCMRs that come in from the Guard and Reserve. We also validate transactions concerning awards and decorations. And we also provide guidance, and occasionally we will do updates for members who are in the field. So that's anybody from the CSS, commander, or service members. Our main service that we provide here at ARPC is that we had a brain fart there. We complete any nominations that come through VPC, and that's as long as it's within accordance with AFMAN 36-2806, we will make sure they get done. We also do anything from meritorious service medals all the way to combat readiness medals. And we also do revocations and amendments just in case a member or decoration needs to be removed from a member's record, or if a decoration needs to be corrected. We also process inquiries that come in through MyPERS, and that can be anything from researching the status of a nomination all the way down to canceling a decoration that's within VPC. We also process incoming decorations that come in through the mail, and those normally come from absent, losing active duty members, and ARC units. We also provide listings for members who are separated, retired, or prior service members who no longer have access to the virtual NPF and can't see the awards they accrued over their career. We also work with AFPC to provide replacement medals as long as the member is eligible according to AFMAN 36-2806. When it comes to our turnaround dates, when it comes to decorations and nominations, that normally takes up to 15 days. Anything that requires updates, corrections, inquiries, or listings, those can take up to 21 business days. How you can help us and help the customer. One of the main things I tell people is just to read the tutorials that are out there in VPC and MyPERS prior to submitting an application. And also just read the AFMAN and utilize any tools that are provided within MyPERS when it comes to the recognitions link. And a couple of things you might want to do, but prior to submission, you want to make sure that you use chain of command to review the decoration. It's always better to have multiple pairs of eyes on a decoration than one to catch any mistakes that might fall through the cracks. Make sure that you don't use any abbreviations or acronyms on the citation when writing out the decoration. Make sure to look out for the simple things. The name is correct on the decoration and the rank is correct and spelled correctly. And also make sure that the signature block is matching when the decoration is digitally signed and submitted to us here at ARPC. So, a couple of other things that you can look out for is when a member is departing and going to a different unit and you would like to submit them for a decoration, please make sure that the passcode is correct within the application. Every time a member switches units and PCSs, the passcode actually changes within the application and you won't be able to properly route the decoration through your chain of command. So just make sure that that passcode is correct before pushing forward with the decoration. Also, keep an eye out for when a decoration has been sent back for corrections, that the decoration is rerouted and re-signed by the commander before being resubmitted back to us here. And just one more thing is to make sure if a member is submitting a inquiry to us via MyPERS, make sure that they check with the CSS before actually submitting the declaration, or excuse me, submitting the inquiry. A lot of the times these questions can be handled at the unit level, and it'll be processed way quicker if you just go to the CSS compared to coming to us. Helpful information. So when it comes to the higher decorations, things like Legion of Merit or the Defense Meritorious Service Medal, those decorations aren't handled here at ARPC. Those are actually processed at AFCENT. So make sure to take down this email address here and the phone number, commercial and DSN for AFCENT if you have any questions as to the routing process or anything else you may have questions about. And also make sure to check when you are updating a member for an Inherent Resolve campaign medal or a Remote Combat Effects campaign medal. For some strange reason, we have a error that pops up in MIL-PDS where the information does not flow into virtual MPF and the award shows up as unknown award and decoration. Unfortunately, we don't have a fix for it right now. However, we are currently working the issue, and once we get more information out, we will put that out to the field as well. So you can contact us by calling 1-800-525-0102, and that phone number will actually take you to AFPC. However, their call center will create a MyPERS ticket, and it'll get to us here at ARPC, and we'll make sure to handle that ticket for you. Also, you can create a ticket on your own. You don't have to call in and submit it through MyPERS, and we'll go ahead and handle that as well. Any questions?
All right. Nope, nothing from them, but are there any, this is a good time, we've got some time to go. Are there any issues that you see from the field that come to you that you would want to address here, or tips that you would give to folks at the unit level that would make their lives easier, make your lives easier?
Yes, sir. So one thing that I do see a lot when it comes to processing nominations is the signature block not matching. You'll have two different commander signature blocks, and unfortunately it has to be the same commander when it comes to signing a decoration. That's a really big thing. I would say the acronyms, using the % sign as well. You have to actually spell the word % out. You can't use a %, unfortunately. Yep. And I believe that's about it. Like I stated before, just if it's something as simple as updating your National Defense Service ribbon and you are a reservist or a guardsman actually signed to a unit, I would say just go to your CSS. So we can do that here and we don't have a problem doing it. It's just we would rather have you go there first instead of wait 15 days to get that process when it could be something that could easily a phone call or email, whatever the case may be.
So I've got some to plug that I've seen.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mike's over here, sir.
Oh, Mike's over there?
Yep. And I also have a Staff Sergeant Sanchez who also works in the Awards and Decorations. He's going to get on and give a couple of tidbits out.
All right, so something we've been seeing with nominations submitted is sometimes they won't flow into our workbox that we're seeing and working to actually approve the nominations. So if you have a nominations that's been sitting there for a month or 2 months, go ahead and submit a ticket immediately for that so we can get that handled. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to see that. So don't feel like you have to wait 3 months or anything like that. If it's been a month, please submit something and we'll get that approved for you. That's all I've got.
All right. Hello, I am Tech Sergeant Samantha Wood. I will be here representing the DD-214 and Service Verification Team. I will be briefing over our team responsibilities, unit responsibilities, when a 214 is created, and frequently asked questions. Service Verification Team responsibilities. So at ARPC, we have our service verification broke into two different teams. We have the DD-214 side of the house, and then we have the service verification side of the house, which I'll go over in the next slide. So our DD-214 side creates 214s for all IMA reserve members, ANG and AFR members that are separated, discharged, and retired, members receiving an active duty retirement with pay, retiring with a PDRL or TDRL. Note, when we are making the TDRL and PDRL, we've run into some issues with units making them. They are not authorized to make them because there are special separation codes that need to be correct for them to receive benefits at the VA. We also do congressionals and BCMRs. BCMRs, we have a lot of issues that most of them do not need to be BCMR cases. We don't need a 149 for them. They can just simply file a MyPERS ticket, and it's simple as that. However, for anything Reg-AF related, that has to go through AFPC, and we are not able to touch anything 214 wise that was Reg-AF for the member, even if the member is now Guard, Reserve. If the 214 in question was during a period of Reg-AF, we can't touch it. Service Verification Team. They assist with all items relating to military buyback into civil service by creating 1613 statements of service and TAFRS letters. Additionally, they create VA home loan letters to obtain a certificate of eligibility. Members must have a minimum of 6 years satisfactory service to qualify. And we are creating the VA home loan letters usually for people that don't have any other qualifying circumstances. But if they have a contingency DD-214, that always counts for the COE letter. When does a 214 get created? Initial active duty training, regardless of the length or completion. 90+ days active duty service. If it is 89 days, it doesn't count, unfortunately. In support of a national emergency, regardless if it's 1 day, it counts. Contingency operations with 30 days of service. Contingencies prior to 23 Jan 2019 only require 1 day. And for all active duty retirements, PDRLs and TDRLs. Frequently asked. Okay. All right, frequently asked questions. MPS can find 214 instructions in the AFI 363202 or the 214 PSD guide, which gives a block-by-block description. What documents does ARPC need to complete my 214? Items needed to create a 214. Title 10 or 32 orders, travel voucher, if traveled outside of the U.S., school certificates, if applicable. And for the school certificates that go in the education block, we are only allowed to put the education per this period of the current DD-214 we are working on. If it is prior, we can't put it in there. If it is after, we can't put it in there. And it needs to be military education. With the exception of a retirement, you can put all prior education, military education in that education block. And for any other further documentation we might need, we will reach back out per that MyPERS ticket. What is a real turnaround time for DD2 14 and 15 requests? Currently, we are at about 30 to 60 days. Except for retirement 214s, they will be finalized within 5 working days of the effective retirement date. Do separated members or non-unit assigned members need to complete a DD214 worksheet in VMPF? Members that are no longer unit assigned do not need to create a worksheet in VMPF. However, a MyPERS request is required for us to receive a ticket. I need a member 4 copy, but Prada only has a service 2 copy. What do I do? If a member is requesting a member 4 copy, note, service copy 2 and member copy 4 are identical documents, and a service 2 memorandum is available for download on MyPERS. If I need a correction to my 214, how do I submit a 215? Members must submit a 215 request through MyPERS by clicking in VPC Dashboard. The Action Request tab will prompt the DD215 application. When we get a large influx of 215 requests, a lot of them are just regular tickets. They don't go through the suggested directions that are in the slide to do it, and we don't have much to go on. We don't have documentation supporting it, and it's really important for us that members are following the directions, and they are also found in MyPERS. Additionally, I have several questions, and I have no idea where to start or what to do. As always, please contact us with the listed number or submit a MyPERS ticket. Most things can always be answered in a ticket. If anybody has any sort of question, no matter how big, how small, it can always be answered for the most part. And if we can't find it, if we don't know it, we can find the answer, whether you want to call or whatever you need to do. But we have gotten a lot of questions. I know I started talking about the basic military training 214s. You don't have to finish basic training. If a member goes to basic training and they get kicked out for a PT failure, a health restriction, whatever it may be, they still get the 214. It just doesn't have the education graduation date on it. And then we do have a lot of mistakes from units with the separation codes and re-entry codes. So for further questions, please ask us on those, and we can get you a list of what those should be. And we've seen a lot of issues with entry into service, the location. I believe it might be 4A and 4B. Those need to be the same. And
This is Tech Sergeant Rossi.
Okay.
There's another question that we get a lot. It's
for DD214 for reservists. Or in advance.
Sorry, is someone asking a question?
is it for a retirement or just like an IMA, or are you separated?
Tiffany McDonald, if you don't mind speaking up, we can kind of get some more clarification on the question you're asking.
Yes, sir. I was just wondering for reservist, because we have been told that there's a backup for those that are, when you're coming off of orders that are 90 days or more, that you're responsible to submit for a DD214. So I just didn't know how far in advance they can go ahead and do that.
Are the members unit assigned or?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, if the members are unit assigned, then it falls under the unit's responsibility. Okay, so if the members are unit assigned, then it falls on the unit to create them. We wouldn't be creating their 214s unless they are receiving active duty retirement, PDRL, or TDRL. However, you cannot complete the 214 until you can't sign it and finalize it until the separation date.
All right. The next question is for travel voucher requirements. Is it true that it needs to be the finance approved AOP version versus the old school hand jam voucher the member does?
It is supposed to be the final. That is what we request. However, some cases we are doing from the 1990s and all documents are not there. These are for so we can just see boots on ground and then overseas, and then when you come back in, so we can annotate that in block 18 for the contingency statement.
Is a PCS to Germany considered foreign service, and does a member get a voucher?
If you PCS to Germany, you would have a travel voucher. Anytime you go anywhere, you would have a travel voucher, but it would be considered, I mean, it's overseas, so it would be considered foreign service. For foreign service, it's anything overseas, Guam, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Alaska, all of those count.
All right, now we have Lieutenant Colonel Delcourt to go over officer promotions for the Air Force Reserve. And
all right, good afternoon, everybody. I am Lieutenant Colonel Christy Delcourt. I am the Chief of Promotion Board Operations here at ARPC. Today I'm going to discuss how the Selection Board Secretariat Directorate is set up, the roles and responsibilities of each branch, promotion boards, officer responsibilities, and post-board actions. Okay, so Promotion Eligibility Division, they are responsible for verifying eligibility for approximately 9,500 officers annually. They manage all the PRFs for 100% of our mandatory Guard, Lieutenant Colonel and below, and Reserve Colonel and below promotion boards, as well as all the position vacancy PRFs for the Reserve, Major, and Lieutenant Colonel boards. They process all PRF promotion orders for Colonel and below, and they submit the orders for upload into the member's online record. This section also processes and manages date of rank calculations, competitive category updates, accelerated promotion requests for our Reserve members, and the active duty list to Reserve active status list, which is your ADL to RASL transfers, and then any propriety of promotion actions. Promotion Operations Board Division, that's my section. We are responsible for building and executing the Air Reserve Component Promotion and Continuation Boards. We prepare and push all of our ARPCM convening notices, release messages, and then anything relevant to officer promotion guidance updates. We build boards in our Air Force promotion system, which is AFCROMS, and then we build every board in the electronic board operating scoring system, which is EBOS. We upload eligible officer selection records into EBOS for scoring, and part of our duties is to manage EBOS operations pre, and post board. We execute senior rater ID updates, but only for officers who are actually meeting a promotion board. And then we also prepare and outbrief board reports and promotion stats to NGB, Chief of the Reserve of the Air Force, the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force of Manpower and Reserve Affairs, and the Undersecretary of the Air Force. We also prepare and send all promotion scrolls to the Pentagon for SECAF and POTUS approval and Senate confirmation. The last division is Promotion Policy. They are the Reserve OPR for Reserve Officer Personnel Management Act, meaning they ensure we conduct our boards in compliance with Title 10 and other promotion policies specific to the ARC. This division prepares promotion-related advisories for Board of Correction and Military Records, which is your BCMRs, and then the Evaluation Reports Appeal Boards, which are your ERABs. They build and manage special selection boards and special boards, and they're responsible for assisting officers with their letters to the board. They review and process roughly 800 letters annually. Lastly, this division also conducts on average 400 post-board counseling sessions per year. Here's an overview of the types of boards we conduct here in the Selection Board Secretariat Directorate at ARPC. The first one is your mandatory boards, which are governed by law, meaning all eligible officers cannot opt out of these boards. These boards consider all eligible officers in and above the promotion zone. So in the zone is your IPZ. That signifies an officer is in the zone, and this is their first mandatory board. Whereas APZ, above the zone, is the second or more look for the officer. ARPC executes 5 mandatory boards per year. However, for promotion to first lieutenant and captain, eligible officers meet a process, not an actual board, and this occurs twice a year. Position vacancy boards are held to consider exceptionally well qualified officers for early promotion. Officers must be nominated by their senior rater and must be the primary occupant of a higher graded position. Special boards and special selection boards are boards conducted by law to correct an error. They may be BCMR or ERAB directed and or approved by the Selection Board Secretariat Director. These boards are held as necessary in conjunction with a mandatory board. The last board is the selective continuation boards, which are held at the Secretary of the Air Force's discretion. These boards are typically held following the 04 and 05 boards with the intent to retain twice deferred officers in an AFSC that is 100% less manned. If an officer elects to continue, they are continued for the length of time outlined in the Secretary of the Air Force's MOI, which can vary between 2 to 3 years. Also, any officer that is selected to continue and accepts continuation, they can still meet future promotion boards if they meet the Air Force Reserve eligibility requirements. So here you'll see the selection board schedule for CY21. As you can see, the line and non-line competitive categories for Colonel, we split that out. And the reason why we split it out is because for our line, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, the line went from 1 competitive category to now 6. And for one specific category in the line, line A, which is your air ops and special warfare, they typically have a lot of records to review, and we have been seeing that it takes us longer than a week to get through all those records. So for the colonel, you can see that we split it out. We also had it split out for the lieutenant colonel. We conducted those boards in less than 2 weeks, but just for everybody's essay, we are projecting those out for 2 weeks. The reason why the majors board was highlighted is because that board typically convenes at the end of January. However, this year we had to move it to March, and that was because DoD and new DAF guidance that came down, we received it late January, and it didn't give our officers who were eligible to meet the board enough time to review their records. So we had to push it until March. But typically that board is held at the end of January. So the schedule is posted usually at the end of July every year. So CY22 schedule should be posted this coming July. So take some time and go out to MyPERS and just look at it when it does come out. This information is posted on MyPERS, and we post it annually or we update it as necessary. So this slide reflects the entire promotion process for each board, starting at the coordination of the eligibility criteria for the board, which begins about 225 days prior to the board convening. The promotion board is scheduled to be convened for 1 week. However, for those larger boards, again, that can go into 2 weeks. In the post-board phase, so once the board has adjourned and we here at ARPC go up to DC and outbrief all the board reports to the undersecretary, this is where the timeline is more of a gray and not a black and white. As we have seen in the past, some results take longer than others to get approved, but just know that once we do our outbrief, we are at the mercy of everybody in DC. We do follow up continuously to make sure that the package is still moving along in order to obtain approval in a timely manner. So in the post-board phase, there are some changes here. The president delegated approval authority down to the SecDAF level for lieutenant colonel and below promotion boards. However, the 06 colonel board still requires presidential approval and Senate confirmation. So important information regarding officer promotion boards is located on MyPERS under Air Reserve Officer Promotion. And the information is usually posted on an annual basis or again as necessary. Some things that you might want to go look at when you go out there are our ARPCMs, which are our convening notices, and then of course the promotion release messages. Board schedule, again, that's also posted out there typically in July. And then we have pre and post board information guidance. And then as always, additional resources such as your AFIs and DOTIs. So the ARPCMs have a lot of really great information in them. And we highly encourage any officer that is eligible to meet a promotion board to go out to MyPERS and take a look at the ARPCM and just read it thoroughly, because a lot of questions that we do get asked up here are typically answered in the ARPCM. So if you're an officer and you think you are eligible for a promotion board, the first place you want to go is the ARPCM, because if you look in the eligibility criteria, it will tell you if you're eligible to meet the board based off of your date of rank. So when we build our boards, we do it based off of officer date of rank. So that is the starting point. So again, go out there, take a look at it, just read through it. These are typically posted 4 months prior to any board convening. Some other things you want to take note of in the ARPCM are the milestones. I can't foot stomp this one enough, but PRF due date, this is a pretty big one. So for any officer that is eligible for your position vacancy promotion board, again, this is a nomination process. So in order for you to be nominated, your senior rater has to submit a PRF. And they have to submit it to ARPC officer promotions by the PRF due date. And this is a firm date. There is no wiggle room. So if you submit it a day late, it will not be accepted and that officer will not meet the PV board. That is not an ARPC policy. That is actually guidance that we have received from Staff General Counsel. So what they say is how we have to do it. But some other things you might want to take a note at on the milestones is the last day to update meal PDS, and then letters to the board. Letters to the board, this is also a firm date. We'll talk about that later on, but just make sure you guys are taking a look at the dates. And if you guys follow these milestones, it will keep you, your leadership, on track for the upcoming promotion board. The time and grade refers to the number of years required in that grade before you're considered for promotion to the next higher grade. So members meet the board prior to their time and grade requirements. So if promoted, pin on date follows when the time and grade requirements are met. However, there is a caveat to this. If your senior rater elects to accelerate a promotion, they can do so through VPC. And that means you can actually pin on prior to your time and grade requirements being met. But your senior rater has to request that. That is just not an automatic. So for your mandatory boards, if you take a look at the major to lieutenant colonel, members are going to meet the mandatory board at 6 years time and grade. And if selected and approved for promotion, will pin on at the 7-year time and grade. For your PV boards, major to lieutenant colonel, the member must have 4 years time and grade to meet the board. And if selected and approved for promotion, will promote effective the public release date or once they reach 5 years time and grade, whichever is later. Okay, so part of the eligibility check for our officers meeting a board is the reserve active status list time. That is your RASL time. So what does that mean? Any reserve officer that is in the reserve, that means you have been gained and scrolled, you're on the RASL, the reserve active status list. So in order to meet a promotion board, you have to have 1 full year on the RASL or a combination of active duty time and RASL time. If you came from active duty and you did not have a break in service, you will be eligible for promotion because we carry over that time from active duty onto the RASL. If you have a break in service, you have to have 1 full year on the RASL in order to meet a promotion board. So for example, for our officers who met the lieutenant colonel board, on 7 June of 2021. If they had a break in service going from active duty to the reserve, they had to have been on the RASL effective 7 June 2020. Okay, adverse information. So this is new to officer promotions. And this is the reason why the major board was delayed this year, is because we were waiting for Department of the Air Force policy to come out and be signed. So the National Defense Authority Act, the NDAA for fiscal year 2020, and DOTI 1320.14 requires all services to furnish adverse information to selection boards considering regular officers for promotion to the grades of major and above, and reserve officers to colonel and above. However, DAF policy, which was signed on the 26th of February of 2021, states all adverse information an officer receives will be filed in the officer selection record, which is your OSR, and will be considered by promotion selection, special selection, federal recognition, which is guard specific, and selective continuation boards to the grade of 04 and above, to include processes for 03 promotions and for officers that have extraordinary adverse information, and that's per DOTI 1320.14. So adverse information is any substantiated finding or conclusion from an officially documented investigation or inquiry or any other credible information of an adverse nature. Adverse information includes, but is not limited to, court-martial convictions, Article 15s, letters of reprimand, letters of admonishment, notice of relief from command for cause, letters of counseling, and adverse information summaries related to a substantiated finding or conclusion from an officially documented investigation or inquiry. So again, this is new. We implemented this for the Majors Board this year, and we are implementing it from here on out until new law comes down and tells us otherwise. So promotion recommendation forms are required for officers meeting a mandatory 05, which is your lieutenant colonel, and 06 colonel promotion board. They are also required if a senior rater is nominating an officer for position vacancy boards, so that's for your 04 major or your 05 lieutenant colonel, or if the senior rater has elected to submit a do not promote PRF. So there is a new form out there. There's a new version. It was dated, I believe, May of 2021. So that is the most current version that you should be using, and it is located on the EPUBs page. So go out there. If you're meeting an upcoming board, please go out there and make sure you're using the most current version, because if your PRF is submitted on an outdated old version, it will not be accepted. So with the new 2-line PRF, obviously it's 2 lines now versus 9 lines. It's no longer a summary of the officer's career based on what is in the OPRs, but it's an opportunity for the senior rater to tell the selection board why they should or should not promote an officer. The only stratifications that will be accepted on a PRF have to come from the senior rater, and the senior rater is only authorized up to 2 stratifications. So for the most current information on the 2-line PRFs, you're going to want to take a look at 362406. However, I caution you, because the guidance in there that pertains to the stratifications is only for RAGAF. For the ARC specific guidance, you have to go to MyPERS and look under Air Reserve Officer Promotion. So again, for the stratification guidance for ARC PRFs, you have to go to MyPERS. If you look at the AFI, it's only going to show you the RAGAF guidance. So comments on ARC PRFs are mandatory. All PRFs submitted must have a minimum of 1 bullet, and this is per AFI 362406, table 8.1, and I believe it is line 12. And it says comments on PRFs are mandatory for RASL officers. Again, since all officers in the reserve are on the RASL, comments are mandatory. So there is a new section on the PRFs. On the promotion recommendation side, there used to be blocks that you could check. There are no longer blocks. It's now a drop-down menu, and you have to select one of those options on the drop-down. And I'll show that to you on the next slide. Okay, so again, PRFs. This is mandatory for officers meeting a lieutenant colonel and colonel promotion board. So this is the mandatory example. So these are some of the sections you want to pay attention to. A lot of this stuff is self-explanatory, but I just want to point out in section 5 where it says promotion zone. That is where it says BTZ, IPZ, and APZ. We do not check those boxes in the reserve. So you leave that section blank. So section 5, promotion zone, leave it blank. Section 6, that is the group size. Unless the senior rater is nominating this person or their officers for a definitely promote statement, you do not mark anything in this box. For a DP, this is where your first stratification is going to go. So for your definitely promotes, that's your DP. The senior rater must stretch you here first. So in this example, we show 2 of 5 of 10. So what that means is the officer is ranked number 2 of 5 officers awarded a definitely promote from the senior rater. The senior rater has 10 officers in that specific competitive category meeting the promotion board. Again, the promotion recommendation section, again, that is a drop down, and you should be marking definitely promote, promote, or do not promote. And this again is just for the mandatory board. Senior raters are fixed by policy. So for our lieutenant colonels, for officers meeting lieutenant colonel board, typically it is going to be the wing commander or equivalent. And then for our colonels, it is going to be the first GO in the rating chain. That is typically who the senior rater is. So this is an example of a position vacancy PRF. Again, position vacancy is an early promotion opportunity. When we build our boards, we do it based on date of rank. So while officers may be eligible for the PV, unless their senior rater nominates them through the PRF, they will not meet a PV board. So again, we have to receive the PRF from the senior rater in order for any officer to meet the PV board. Some things to note, pretty much everything is the same on the form as was the mandatory board with some exceptions. Again, in section 5, promotion zone, you leave that blank. In section 6, which is the group size, this must be completed. In this example, we have 2 of 5. So what that is saying is the officer is ranked number 2 of 5 officers. The senior rater had 5 officers that he nominated for PV in that specific competitive category. Another thing to note, in the duty title section, you have to include the position number that the officer is sitting in. And the reason we do this is because we need to validate that, yes, this position is a fully funded position for a year. And yes, this officer is the primary occupant of that position. Section 9, which is the promotion recommendation. Just for the PV nominations, you actually leave this blank because all PV PRFs are considered a definitely promote recommendation. Okay, so officer responsibilities. Again, read the ARPCMs on MyPERS. So much great information in the ARPCMs. I can't even explain it to you. Just take a look at it. A lot of questions, again, that we get asked on a regular basis are pretty much answered in the ARPCM. Know your date of rank. Date of rank is used to determine when the officer is going to meet a board. Now, again, there's other criteria that go along with eligibility, but date of rank is the starting point. Review your records. So every officer should have, you guys have the ability of going into PRADA. PRADA is where you can check your online record. And we highly encourage officers to go out there at least once a year to just look at their record and make sure that it is 100% accurate and up to date. So what are you looking for? You want to look for your OPRs. You want to make sure that you have all your OPRs reflected. you want to make sure that if you have any training reports that is in your record, any mandatory LOEs, also look at your decorations. You want to make sure all that information is in there, because when we build our boards, when we build your officer selection record, we do it based off of what's in your record. So when we pull this information, if you can't see it in PRADA, most likely it will not be in your OSR. So it's your responsibility to go out there and make sure that is accurate. Now, our arms contractors, about 6 months prior to every board, they do a review of what is in MilPDS and what is in your arms record. And if they find a discrepancy, they will build the EOSR and list all those discrepancies out and send you a notification through VPC. However, if you can't access the EOSR on VPC, again, go to PRADA. That's where you need to go to look at your stuff. Another thing you want to do is you want to review your officer pre-selection record. Your officer pre-selection record is your OPB. These are sent to the MPFs about 148 days prior to the board convening. It is their responsibility to pull the OPBs out of APROMs and send them to the eligible officers and the senior raters. If you have not received your OPB by 130 days prior to the board convening, I highly recommend you go talk to the MPF and ask them to pull it from AFROMs. Once you get that, you need to take a look at it. It's basically a snapshot of your record. You just want to make sure that it is correct. And if you see something wrong, refer to the ARPCM convening notice on how to fix it, because we do have POCs and OPRs listed. So here is a look at PRADA. Again, you want to go out there and take a look at PRADA on a regular basis. Again, you want to make sure that you can see all your OPRs, training reports, mandatory LOEs that may have been filed, as well as your decorations. Bottom line, if you can see the document in PRADA, then it will be part of your officer selection record and will be visible for the board members to see in EBOS when they are scoring. If a document is not in PRADA, then it will most likely not be part of your OSR and it will not be visible for the board members. So this is why it's very important for you guys to take a look at PRADA, and if you see anything missing, you have to take corrective action immediately. I can't give you a good time frame on when products will be put into your record, but we have seen in the past that it can be a lengthy process. So the sooner you start, the better it is for you in the end. Here's a quick look at what the electronic officer selection record may look like. So again, this is something that the arms contractors build, and they do this 6 months prior to any board convening. We have officers that are added and deleted all the time from boards. So if you were a late add, you will probably not have an EOSR built. This is a one-time data pull and push from the arms contractors. So if you don't have an EOSR, again, don't worry about it. You can go to PRADA and take a look at your record online. If you have received the EOSR and you have been working to make corrections to your record, this product in VPC will not update. Again, this is just a one-time data pull and push to notify the officers that they may have a discrepancy in their record. So if you get your record updated, again, I would recommend going to PRADA and making sure that you can see it there, because if you go back to your EOSR on VPC, it won't be updated. Okay, so line of the Air Force, effective October 2020, the ARC transitioned to the new line of the Air Force competitive categories for officers meeting the major through colonel promotion boards. So the line competitive category went from 1 category to now 6. The 6 categories allow for a more tailored development path for career fields across the line of the Air Force. The developmental agility achieved in these new categories is critical in an ever-changing Air Force. An officer's core AFSC, which is off to the right here, you can see that. It's basically your core AFSC is going to determine what competitive category you are going to be placed in. So moving forward, it is important for eligible officers meeting an ARC promotion board, or really any board, to look at your core flag ID and make sure it is correct. If your core flag is wrong, then you have a greater potential of meeting the wrong competitive category and meeting the wrong board. So again, your core flag ID drives what competitive category you are in. So you want to make sure that the core flag is right. Now, if your core flag is right, but your competitive category is wrong, again, take a look at the ARPCM convening notice, because it's going to tell you who to contact in order to get that corrected. So the officer pre-selection brief, again, it flows to the MPFs about 148 days prior to the board convening. So if you have not received your OPB by 130 days prior to the board convening, you need to contact your servicing MPF. For our PV nominations, you guys don't automatically reflect on the mandatory board MELs. So your MPF is going to have to go into the system and manually pull your data out. So again, it is very important for you guys to pay attention to the dates. Again, the milestones that are in the convening notice. Make sure you're paying attention and you know when you should be receiving certain products. One thing to note, the officer pre-selection brief, which is the OPB, that is the product that you as the customer receive. Again, you want to make sure that you are looking at it and you are validating that the information is correct. If it's not correct, you have to make immediate action to correct it, and you can work through your servicing MPF, or you can contact the POCs outlined in the convening notice. So the officer selection brief is the same thing as the officer pre-selection brief. 3 days prior to the board convening, we go back into the system and we pull the officer selection brief, and that is what we put in your officer selection record when we meet the board. But it's the same product. So if you've made corrections to your officer pre-selection brief and you have requested your MPF to pull a new OPB for you to review prior to the board, whatever you see, that is the same thing the board members is going to see. Again, we just call it something different when we're in board. But the officer pre-selection brief and the officer selection brief are basically the same document. So some of the things you want to pay attention to on your officer pre-selection brief, again, the personal data, the core flag, you want to make sure that that is correct. First off, that's the first thing you should be looking at. If that is correct, typically your competitive category will also be correct. But if you see an error, reach out to the POCs identified in the convening notice to get it corrected. You want to make sure your developmental education is updated. For our rated officers, your aeronautical flying data, you want to make sure that is good. For the board certifications, this is only for our medical professionals, and it's only for officers that have an M or an H prefix assigned to their AFSC. If you're a medical professional and you don't hold that M or H prefix, your officer pre-selection brief is not going to say yes in the board certification section. However, for our medical professionals, we know that you guys are certified because you kind of have to be in order to practice medicine. So if you have board certs that you want submitted and included in your officer selection record, you have to send those certs to ARPC Promotion Board Operations, and you do that through MyPERS. The instructions on how to do that are included in the ARPCM convening notice. But just note, on the officer pre-selection brief, it will not say yes unless you have an M or an H prefix. You want to make sure your decorations are reflected, your assignment duty history. It's only going to reflect the last 10 assignments that you've had or duty titles that you've held, and it's only going to show Air Force. So if you came over from a different service, it will not show any of that information. And then also your points summary, you want to make sure that that stuff is correct. If an error is found after the board has convened, you may not be eligible for a special board or a special selection board. However, If you've been actively working to correct discrepancies prior to the board convening, but were unable to get a discrepancy or error corrected, you can submit for a BCMR or an ERAB, and you may be found eligible to meet a special board or a special selection board. So again, this is why it's really important for you guys to take a look at your information, and if you notice anything wrong, to start correcting it as soon as possible. Here's a look at what the OPB and the OSB will look like. I circled where the core flag is going to be. That is in red. The comp CAD is in blue. The only other thing on here that I want to note is the Wounded Warrior section. So I know it falls under board certified, but it has nothing to do with being board certified. Okay, these are they're two separate sections, but they're placed right on top of each other because they will both reflect yes or nothing. So if you have been awarded a Wounded Warrior AFSC, it will say yes here. If you have not been awarded a Wounded Warrior AFSC, this section will remain blank. So letters to the board. The Air Force offers every eligible officer the opportunity to write a letter to the board regarding any matter he or she feels the board should know. The letter must be submitted in good faith and contain accurate information to the best of the officer's knowledge. A letter can be used to explain an anomaly in an officer's record, for example, a gap in service, missing documents, an unsatisfactory year, or deployment information. Officers cannot put anything in their letter to the board that contains information prohibited by the Secretary of the Air Force. For example, officers cannot use the letter to complain about their leadership, mention PME enrollment or completion, advanced academic degrees, or stratifications that are not included in OPRs or on the PRF. ARPC Policy Procedures Division will review all letters, and if prohibited statements are included, they will notify the officer and return the letter for correction. So I have to foot stomp here. With the letters to the board, you have to submit it no later than 10 calendar days prior to the convening date of the board. If you've submitted it by that 10 calendar day, but your letter has to go back because there was prohibited statements in it, we will accept your letter up until the board adjourns. Okay, but you need to make sure that if you want to do a letter, you're submitting it prior to that deadline. I get asked the question a lot, you know, because I think there's a stigma with some officers about writing a letter to the board. And my advice to you is, if you feel like you have to explain something in your record, then write a letter to the board. Because when these board members are looking at records, they don't have time to sit there and try to piece things together or speculate why your record looks the way it does. So if you have an anomaly or if you have something that you want to explain to the board members, just do it. So once promotion results have been publicly released, officers not selected for promotion can request post-board counseling. So to request counseling, officers need to submit online via VPC. ARPC Policy and Procedures Division will reconstruct the record exactly the way the board members saw it, and the technicians will review your officer's selection record and provide feedback on what might be weak in your record. The technicians cannot tell an officer why they were not selected, as they are not privy to this information, and we are prohibited by law and Secretary of the Air Force guidance. We are not allowed to discuss any conversations that may have occurred about any records during the board. So all our technicians are going to be doing is looking at your record and just providing you guidance on how you can strengthen your selection record for the next board. Once an officer has completed the form online and submitted via VPC, they should receive confirmation and counseling within 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, so how can you help yourself? We here in the Selection Board Secretariat want to make sure that all of our officers are informed and ready for their promotion boards. However, there are some steps every officer should take to ensure that they are ready to meet the board. So again, read the ARPCM convening notice when it's released, know the milestones and the due dates. If you are a position vacancy nomination, discuss with your senior rater. Don't just assume that because you're eligible, you're going to meet the board. make sure you have those conversations with your senior leadership, and then make sure that they are actually, yes, writing a PRF and submitting it. Review your EOSR if you receive notification that your OSR has discrepancies, and take immediate action to correct any discrepancies in your record. If you don't get an EOSR or you can't access it, go to PRADA. PRADA is where you need to review your online record. You want to ensure that you can see all your OPRs, training reports, mandatory LOEs, and decorations. Review your officer pre-selection brief. If you have not received your officer pre-selection brief about 130 days prior to the board convening, you need to contact your servicing MPF. Ensure the information in your OPB is correct, and take immediate action to correct any errors that you see. For our IMA, AGR, lead, or VL pad officers, your servicing MPF is typically the REGAF MPF. And they are, when I say that, it's usually the active duty MPF at the installation you're assigned to. They are responsible for servicing you, and they should be providing you with your OPB. If you contact them and they are having issues trying to access your information, please direct them back to our office and we will help them. Okay, so if you are a servicing agency, meaning if you are part of the FSS or the MPF, or if you're part of headquarters level CSS, you want to make sure that you guys are also reading the ARPCMs. Again, there's a lot of great information in there, not just for the eligible officers, but for our servicing agencies. So read the convening notice and follow the instructions outlined. You want to make sure you're running your weekly master eligibility lists, which are your MELs, and you're notifying the senior raters of any changes to your MELs. Communicate with ARPC when there are adds or deletes, so we can ensure the right officers are reflected on your MEL. You want to pull the officer pre-selection briefs from AFPROMs and send it to the eligible officers and or senior raters, and then notify officers and senior raters of important dates and milestones, specifically the PRF due dates. Again, I can't stomp that enough. If you submit a position vacancy PRF 1 day late, we will not accept it. And then, of course, as always, we want to assist our officers with any questions or corrections that they need to do for their records. So ARPC Selection Board Secretariat is ready and available to assist you guys, as well as our eligible officers. So if there's any questions or concerns or issues regarding officer promotion boards, please request or submit an inquiry through MyPERS, and we will get back with you as soon as we can. So that is all I have for my briefing.
Anywhere on the, this is an acronym soup, but I think it's the 30-year General Qualification Board, CY21 REGQB.
So we don't do anything with that board. That is REG. So you would have to reach out to them. And I'm trying to think, who is my POC? I know Lieutenant Colonel Beach is leaving. I think she's leaving in July. But if you reach out to Tech Sergeant Greathouse, he may be able to assist you.
Okay. Any update when the TV Major Board will be released?
So the Majors Board is currently at OSD, and we checked it this morning. It said it was pending signature, which is good. That means we will get it probably within the next week or so. So I'm anticipating once we get it, we have to do some more steps before we can release. But after we receive it, we should be able to do we call it a soft release that goes to the MPFs within 3 days after receiving it. And then 7 days after that is when we do public release. So I would say if you have to ask me like a certain time frame, I would say probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Commenting on an officer's unsat participation for PRF, is that considered a prohibitive statement, and is it allowed?
If you talk about
unsat participation for PRF.
If somebody has unsat participation, I'm assuming that's coming from the senior rater. It's not a prohibited statement, but I would be curious to see what recommendation that senior rater is giving. If they're saying that the member has unsat participation and they're still pushing for a promote, we might recommend them not put that in there. Or if we go back to them and say, okay, if this is really what you want to say, what is the message you're trying to communicate to the board? But to my knowledge, that's not a prohibited statement.
All right, folks. We can thank all of you for participating today and yesterday. Apologize for any of the issues we had with some of the technology. As you well know, that sometimes is a battle we all have to fight. With any luck at all, we will have these things worked out for the next class, which is coming up for the reserve in December. We would recommend that anybody who has questions or desires or anything that they'd like to see us address, to please contact myself, and it's mark.nelson.17@us.af.mil. And that's fine to do it, because unlike these other folks, I don't have a MyPERS account, so there's no way to contact me that way. But at any rate, if you have any other issues or anything, we also will do one for the Guard. That will be in September. So unless there's anything further to do, we want to thank you very much for your participation and have a great day.